The broadcast is now starting. All attendees are in listen-only mode.
To call this Tampa City Council meeting to order, if we could have roll call at this time.
Okay. Carlson, Hertek, Clendenin,
Here.
Henderson, Vieira,
Here virtually.
Miranda,
Here.
Maniscalco.
Here.
We have a physical quorum.
Councilman Vieira is on. He did send a memo saying that he intends to be virtual, which he is, for tonight's evening session because of a commitment that he must attend to in person. So he will request that the city clerk share the meeting login credentials. He's already all set.
And if I may, Mr. Chair,
Yes, sir.
for my time, if I may, thank you, sir, that I will have to leave at about 5:50 to get to my son's high school. And then I anticipate being back online, hopefully by 8, I hope. So just for the public, it's an issue or a thing with my son. So good thing, not a bad thing, but still something I
Thank you
have to
very
do. So
much.
thank you.
Mr. Shelby.
Yes, Martin Shelby, City Council Attorney. If we could just have a motion to permit Councilman Vieira from participating.
We have a motion from Councilmember Clendenin and a second from Councilmember Miranda to allow Councilmember Vieira to attend virtually this evening and participate. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed?
And just a reminder, Councilman Vieira, during the time that you are on camera, you are counted as being at the meeting, and during the time that Councilman Vieira is participating, it'll have to be a roll call vote. Okay, thank you very much.
All right, we're going to start the meeting. We're going to go through the agenda with Ms. Dock. May I have a motion to remove item number 10? We have a motion from Councilmember Clendenin, second from Councilmember Miranda. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Anything else, ma'am?
That's it, and with that, we're ready to start.
Yes, ma'am. So, do you want me to, I'll swear everybody in first and then we'll kick it off.
Yes.
If you're going to speak on any of the items tonight, 1 through 9, please stand, raise your right hand, and we will swear you in. If you're going to speak on anything between 1 through 9.
I do.
Yes, Mr. Shelby.
And if I could just have a quick motion to receive and file all ex parte communications that were in writing that have been made available for public inspection.
We have a motion to file those items from Councilmember Miranda. Do we have a second? Second from Councilmember Clendenin. All in favor? Aye.
Thank you. And if there are any verbal ex parte communications, council, just please be reminded to disclose those prior to the start of any of the hearings that may be involved.
I see none, so. Yes, ma'am. Go ahead. Item number 1.
Thank you, Council. LaShawn, Dock Development Coordination. Item number 1 is REZ 2445. It's for the properties at 3807 and 3811 West Swann Avenue. The request is to rezone the property from PD Plan Development for Business Professional Office to PD Plan Development Residential Single Family Attached Uses. And I turn it over to Planning Commission to give their report.
Thank you very much. And let the record reflect Councilmember Henderson is here. Yes, ma'am, go ahead.
Jennifer Malone with your Planning Commission staff. This is in the South Tampa Planning District. This is a Trader Joe's right here to the south at South Dome Mabry Highway and West Swann Avenue. The subject site is outlined in purple, and we have some drive-through restaurants on the block as well. There's some townhomes to the west of the site and then to the north. The future land use, it has 2 future land use categories. Some of you may remember that one of these parcels was the subject of a plan amendment a couple years ago to Community Mixed Use 35. That was pre-COVID times. But part of the site is Community Mixed Use 35, which is the pink, and then there's a little sliver of the Residential 20, which is the brown color. Community Mixed Use 35 is what we see along our corridors. South Dome Mabry Highway is a transit emphasis corridor. We want to promote densities to utilize that any future transit service. Residential 20 allows for townhomes, multifamily style developments, limited neighborhood serving commercial uses in the area as well. So the applicant has proposed, and so LaShawn will point out, single family attached units. When they submitted the site plan, we did ensure that the density was laid out correctly because there's a different density for the residential 20 and the CMU 35 portion. So staff worked with the applicant on that. We found that this was consistent with the surrounding area. It's going to provide infill development on a site that is presently underutilized, which is encouraged by the comprehensive plan. It's also going to provide a transition from the commercial uses to the east and the single family detached residences or any townhomes to the west. And the request is consistent with LU policy 9.7.3, which encourages a transition in density between single-family neighborhoods and the more intense commercial and residential neighborhoods. We also found that the orientation of the units providing that pedestrian connection from the front door to the sidewalk along Swann was consistent with our policies about that as well. I'm available for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you again, Council. LaShawn, Dock Development Coordination. And this PD request, this rezoning request would allow for development of 12 units on site. That is residential single-family attached units. They're comprised of 3 buildings on site. The maximum building height proposed is 38 feet. The property itself contains 26,515 square feet. The setbacks are to the north 3 feet, to the south 5 feet, to the west 3 feet, and the east 7 feet. 27 parking spaces are required and 28 parking spaces are provided. So on the site plan that's submitted by the applicant, this is Swann Avenue. This is the property boundary, which is identified here in the dotted line. This dark dotted line here delineates the future land use. So as Jennifer has mentioned, there are 2 future land use designations on the property. To the east of this line is CMU 35, to the west of the line is the R20 designation. So this is the Building 1, Building 2, and Building 3. The end units of each building you can see are oriented to Swann Avenue. The internal units are oriented with the front door to the internal space between the two buildings. There's also a walkway which leads to the adjoining sidewalk on site. These buildings have front door orientation to the side yard, so there is a waiver on the site plan for that. You can see surface parking spaces are provided here, the visitor parking spaces. This is a site which was redesigned. Initially, the applicant submitted a request that had the buildings further north on the site. And then north of the site, which I'll show you the surrounding pictures shortly, there are townhome developments that are to the north, but the resubmittal was to have the buildings pushed further south towards the street to orient the doors to the right-of-way and to allow the preservation of trees that exist along the north, along with the placement of the solid waste. So I just wanted to explain that the applicant did work with staff some on that. So the elevations, I'll provide you the elevations for the 3-unit building and then the 4-unit building. The 5-unit building is similar. So this is the west elevation, and then this is the east elevation. And again, this is the 3-unit building, and then this is the north elevation and the south elevation. And then the top pictures are the west and the east elevation. And then this is the north and the south elevation. Then I have the zoning atlas, the zoning map for the property. So this is the property which is outlined here in red. This is Swann Avenue, and for orientation, this is South Del Mabry, this is De Leon. This is Church Avenue, and this is Henderson Boulevard. So the subject site, you can see, is surrounded with properties that have been rezoned. You have to the north PD and RO development, which is single-family, semi-detached. To the west, you have the RM16 zoning with the single-family attached and semi-detached uses. Further west of the site, west of Church Avenue, you have your RS60 zoning, and the development is consistent with the zoning as residential single-family detached. When you move further east, you have South Del Mabry Highway, and that's where you have, of course, your more intensive uses, your commercial uses. This east of the property is the parking access that goes to Burger King. This north of the site, this is the Chick-fil-A site, and this is the Tahitian Inn. To the south is Trader Joe's, and you have residential office with the multifamily, the single-family attached uses. And I have pictures of the subject site and the surrounding area. So this is the site, which is currently vacant. This is another image of the site, further in the site. This is a view if you're looking west on Swann. The site is here in the picture. This is if you're looking east on Swann. This is to turn the opposite way, looking towards Del Mabry. This is south of the site. This is east of the site. This is that parking access that's located directly. The site is here. This is at Del Mabry, east of the site. You can see the commercial uses in that view looking east. This is south. This is the Trader Joe's entry. This is another view south. This is the residential that's located south. You can see the attached uses, the single family attached. This is if you turn around and look west on Swann. The site is here in the picture off to the right. This is directly west of the subject site. And this is another view if you're looking down the street, but you can see the homes that are located west of the site. And DRC staff has reviewed the request and finds the request consistent. There are modifications to be made to the site plan between first and second reading. And I'd like to turn it over to Erin so that she can review her natural resources comments and her finding. But I'm available if you have any questions.
Any questions?
Thank you, Council.
Thank you very much. Yes, ma'am, please state your name.
Area Mayor Development Coordination. I'm just going to speak on natural resources finding of consistency for REZ 2445. So here on the overhead, I'm just going to point out there is one non-hazardous grand live oak on the site located on the eastern parcel. So just to clarify, so in the previous rezoning, REZ 21-27, the rezoning was for an office use, and they requested the waiver to remove the grand tree. It was granted. All the trees on the site were requested for removal, and that was approved. Because the use has changed, that we're requiring, the waiver again for them to request that again. But Natural Resources does support the waiver, as they can provide 7 type 1 trees and 7 type 2 trees on the site. And they can meet all their tree planting requirements. So this is just the green space plan and the landscape plan being shown. The type 1 and type 2 trees that they're providing, they're sizing them up to 4-inch caliper. So these here along the back are type 2, like your cypress trees, podocarpus. The type 1 trees are here, like your live oaks along the right-of-way and back here in the buffer. And the project also exceeds the required green space. So the site requires 5,900 square feet, and they're providing 6,489 square feet. So based on what they have proposed, Natural Resources found it consistent.
Thank you very much. Any questions?
Any questions?
Nope. Thank you very much. Does that complete the presentation? All right. If we have an applicant, Mr. Mechanic, come on up. Please state your name.
Mr. Chairman, council members, my name is David Mechanic, 305 South Boulevard, Tampa, Florida. Here on behalf of the applicant, I have with me this evening Steve Shahal, who is the property owner. I have Ricky Pederica, who is the arborist on the project, and I will ask him to speak in just a moment. Our civil engineer is here, Azam El-Sheikh. And finally, for any traffic questions, and I don't plan on having him do a presentation, but I have some information regarding traffic that I would like to present to you later on in my presentation. Regarding the project itself, we agree with all the changes that are being requested by the staff. We would make those between first and second reading. The staff has found the project to be consistent with the comprehensive plan and the land development code, and also found that it is compatible with the immediate surrounding area. In addition, the Planning Commission staff found the project consistent with the comprehensive plan and specifically remarked that it would furthers the goal of providing housing in this area of the city. So all of our comments are favorable and indicate consistency with the regulations. At this time, I'd like to talk about our 2 waivers. The first I'll address, and the second one I'll ask Ricky to speak to. We are asking for a waiver to allow for all but 3 of the units to not face the Swann Avenue right-of-way. This is a regulation in the code, and you frequently waive this requirement because of configurations of property. It's not possible for an applicant to always face the townhomes directly to the right-of-way. In this particular case, the property is quite deep, and a typical townhouse lot is about 75 feet deep. So if you were to ask my client to put townhomes all in a row facing Swann Avenue, you'd have a strip of about 60 feet of land that had no particular useful purpose to it, and we would lose about 3 townhomes in order to adhere to that particular requirement. I would also just point out that if you had garages all backing up to Swann Avenue, all of those would become access points onto Swann Avenue. As you all know, being across from Trader Joe's, this area is a little bit challenged at certain times of day when there's truck congestion and people looking for parking. We don't want to exacerbate the problem by having townhouse owners backing into Swann Avenue if we can avoid it. So with that, let me ask Ricky Pederica to just speak briefly about the waiver for the grand tree. And I would say, emphasize that Aaron did indicate that we were fully consistent with the code, although we do need the waiver, but we exceeded other requirements, and that was a factor in her finding. So with that.
Thank you, Mr. Mechanic. Thank you, Council. Ricky Pederica, 308 East 7th Avenue with Dartmoss. I have been sworn. Just introduce you to the tree quickly. 36-inch grand live oak rated C5, subject to 13 mitigation trees. We prepared 2 reasonable reconfiguration options. I'll go through those now. This option, there's the tree in question is here. In order to reduce the amount of impact in the TPZ, the tree protection zone, we proposed moving this unit to this end of this building. This provides more rooting volume within the TPZ, requires some special design techniques on the building, but then results in 50% of canopy loss of these 2 almost grand 30 and 31-inch trees that are shared with the northern property line. So we found that was, and it also impacted the only surface stormwater management on the site. The second option, which is a kind of more interesting esoteric option from what we're normally doing, a similar concept of relocating a unit to another building. And so here moved it to this unit, shifted the building over as the criteria allows, also to the south. However, this arrangement of 4 units beyond the comp plan boundary wouldn't be allowed per the comp plan. It would exceed the allowable density of the, I think, Res 20 on this side. So while it seemed to work on face glance or at face value, it didn't work from a comp plan perspective. The tree position is unique. It already being approved for removal is unique, and the arrangement of the site plan, loss of potential parking or stormwater, or violation of comp plan amendment make this our request consistent with the code and in my professional opinion, as well as with the comp plan. So I'll turn it back over to Mr. McCann.
I'm just going to hand something out to council, and then I'll describe it very briefly.
Councilmember Hurtak?
I actually have a question for Mr. Pederica. With those, the alternate designs you put up, is there a reason you couldn't just, it seems like just removing one of the townhomes would have solved the problem.
The reasonable reconfiguration criteria doesn't list reducing density or intensity as one of the options that as the criteria. It's, as I understand it, it's an adjustment of it's a reconfiguration of what the proposed development was.
Okay, it just seems awfully odd that you wouldn't have just removed a townhome. Okay, thank you.
Yes, thank you. And I guess The code may not ask us to, I think is.
Thank you very much. Mr. Mechanic?
You could see the traffic from the standpoint of this particular project is far less than any of the other scenarios that were available to this property. And I only mentioned traffic because of the fact that we know that there's some issues with Trader Joe's, and we are not in any way exacerbating that problem. And I just wanted council to know that. And we'll be happy to answer any questions and be here to rebut any comments from the public.
So, Mr. Mechanic, so I'll have a question for, is there anybody here from transportation, from staff? There you go. I didn't see Steve back there.
Yeah, Jonathan Scott, Mobility.
So my question is, intuitively, how did this pass transportation? Because anybody that lives here knows that that's a nightmare. And Mr. Mechanic insinuated that in the presentation. Trader Joe's is one of those things that you hear all the time of like, how did this ever get built here? And because of the nightmare of going in and out of that. And I can't imagine that adding the density on this property right across the way that anybody's going to look at this and think, oh, this was a good idea. So how in the world did this pass transportation?
Yeah, Jonathan Scott, that is a crazy area. I know that location very well. And we did look at the trips on there. I think that it was more of a de minimis use at the time for their use. So it wasn't an impact that we had them do a traffic analysis. You didn't have a memo for you.
No,
yeah.
We demonstrated that it was de minimis.
Yeah, they had a de minimis.
So you have that in your
demonstration.
presentation, Mr. Mechanic?
I'm sorry?
Do you have
Oh,
a
you
memo?
have it here?
that
Okay.
demonstrates that?
I don't have that.
Wait, come on up to the microphone so we can hear.
So you could see the number of trips, and it is below the threshold of the city of Tampa code for requiring a traffic study, and it's de minimis, so a study was not required in this case. Again, the problems that you're seeing are not caused by my client's property. His property is vacant. So there's we're not contributing to any problem out there today. And 12 townhomes are certainly, while I'm not going to say there is no traffic, this is about the least impactful use you could imagine putting on this piece of property and not causing any further problems in that area.
Okay, thank you.
Councilman Miranda?
Thank you. You know, Mr. Chairman,
By the
if I could add some clarity, I'm not going back in history, but when that property changed hands and Trader Joe's came in, there was no hearing on it because that land was already zoned for what they needed.
That's
There was no
correct.
traffic study down, nothing was done. They came in and did what they had to do. However, this is one of the rare cases that I've seen where the idea of being successful has caused heartaches to a lot of people. I can tell you that I drive there, I got family in that area, not to mention it, not near their zoning or anything else, but when I drive through Del Mabry, heading south, and I approach Swann and I see the cars all the way backed up to Del Mabry and coming at me, we got a problem. Not me, we have a problem. And I applaud them for doing what they've done. They've done a great job with their marketing, they've got a great job with their products. I've been there once or twice. I don't go often because I live the other side of town. But I can tell you that it's things like this that make me believe that somewhere along the line, I'm talking directly to our staff, something's got to happen in the city of Tampa to make somebody responsible for these things. Success does bring failure to somebody else. And that's what we have here today. And I'm not blaming Trader Joe's. They're in business. The people love it. If not, they wouldn't go there. They really, really enjoy it. I have not one complaint on their products or nothing, but I've had a lot of complaints on the traffic sometime back to present time. And it's not from my family members. They don't speak to me about none of that stuff. But I can tell you what I see, and that's without glasses. So it's just success. sometimes brings failure or lack of opportunity to someone else.
If I might just could close our presentation by saying that while Trader Joe's may in fact be causing a problem, my client didn't cause this problem, and the legal answer is not to say, Mr. Shahal, you can't build anything on your property. I mean, we have the least impactful use you could possibly put on this property, and we respectfully request council approve our application, and we will be happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Before I go to the public comment in the room, we have 3 registered public speakers. Are they on? Okay, Robert, if you are on, please turn your camera on, unmute yourself, raise your right hand, we're gonna swear you in, and also quite a few people came into the room in the last few minutes. If you were not sworn in and you recently came in within the last few minutes and you wish to speak tonight on any of the hearings, please stand, raise your right hand, and we'll swear you in.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to provide is the truth and nothing but the truth? You may proceed.
All right. Go ahead, Robert. Please state your name. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you very much for having me. Is my audio okay?
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead. Please state your name.
Perfect. Robert Kamensev. I live in 3813 West Swann Unit 1, which is directly first unit to the left of the development, and my brother is actually Unit 2, so right adjacent to that. And I vouch for kind of the congestion on West Swann, you know, especially during the daytime, on the weekends, it's pretty backed up. So I think the construction itself, you know, however long that takes, will obviously be a little more impactful. My main concern is kind of the dumpster location, which is the top left corner of the development, which is just a foot or so away from the fence line to the property. As you can imagine, you know, a lot of noise, and that sometimes it brings in rodents and like animals, which would be impacted to the unit behind me as well. So I think just traffic issues and kind of the dumpster location, I was wondering if it kind of made more sense to keep it away from kind of the existing units on kind of West Swann, if that would at all be possible.
All right. Anything else, sir?
That was it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, is there anybody in this room that wishes to speak on item number 1? Come on up. Yes, sir, please state your name.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman and Council. My name is Kyle Ross. I'm also a local here directly impacted by this program. My home is a stone's throw away from this project. And I'm going to start by getting organized here. I brought some documents I'd like to share with the panel.
Sure. Do you want to hand them to us or put them on the overhead?
I'll use the Elmo
Okay.
if that is okay. I reviewed the staff report. I reviewed the proposals. I'm going to ask this panel to do 2 things tonight. Number 1 is mandate that dumpster that is currently located in the northwestern portion of this parcel be relocated to the northeastern portion of the parcel. It's as Robert recently stated, it's feet away from abutting 3 different residential houses. It's literally feet away from where children are playing. And it does not take a creative mind to think how this could quickly turn into not only a nuisance through noise and smells, but also a public health and safety concern, given the kind of animals that would be, attracted and gravitate towards a structure like that. Now, I looked for guidance on this issue through Tampa ordinances. I couldn't find anything directly on point, so I looked at other similarly situated cities in the state of Florida. I found Broward County has a similar ordinance. I wish Tampa had this, but I believe this is pretty on point for what we're dealing with. It talks about the placement of dumpsters. And when adjacent to a residentially zoned property, enclosures shall be placed as far as possible from the abutting residential property line. And just so the panel can get a good picture of where this dumpster is, I meant to show this at the beginning. This is it. This is the dumpster right there. That's a house, that's a house, that's a house. Those are all yards, feet away. It makes, there's an easy solution to this. It's move it to the northwest corner. That's where, excuse me, the northeast corner. That's where this dumpster belongs. And last night, about 24 hours ago, I went on a walk with my wife and my 6-month-old. There's currently trash cans sitting there right now. This picture was taken about 24 hours ago. You can see a trash can and a barn, and it's basically sharing a wall with a commercial dumpster right now. So it makes all the sense in the world to keep those dumpsters close together. Now, if you look at these plans, there's a plot, I believe it's owned by the same owner, that it's zoned as R0-1, and it's in the northwest quadrant. It's not a part of this plan, though, but I think it plays an important role in this discussion today because it's currently zoned as residential. I certainly would hope that this council would not let these builders place the priorities of future potential residents over the health and welfare of current residents. So that's number one. And number two, I have to touch on the traffic. This is a big one. The traffic here is a disaster.
Thank you very much, sir.
Okay.
All right, anybody else wish to speak on item number 1?
Can I at least approach with the articles?
Yeah, bring them to the attorney.
Articles and talk about the traffic and how it's.
Pass them out as well.
I also have photographs of impacts.
Give them whatever you would like to give them.
That 3 minutes goes quick.
Yep. Yes, sir, come on up. Please state your name.
All right, hello, Ryan Canellis. I live in one of those units also, maybe 2 doors down, 3 doors down from where this development's gonna be built. Certainly understand that at some point, something has to be done on this open lot. And I do appreciate it being a residential unit versus what could have been anything with a commercial unit. My concern is in line with Kyle when we talk about the garbage cans. Got a 2-year-old, got a 4-year-old, they're running around outside all day. Rats, rodents, the possibility of that is not a great thought. I don't know what runs off with rainwater and whatnot into the yards from a dumpster. Smell, noise when they come at 5 in the morning to pick up a commercial dumpster or whatever that would be called, the public dumpster unit. So I echo that. And my other concern is, we joke all the time in the neighborhood about how when the water backs up on Swann, it's kind of like Swann River, we call it. With all the flooding that's taken place recently within maybe a half of a mile of our neighborhood, it's a concern that such a dense development could, not allow for enough runoff. I don't know what kind of studies are being done there, but I'd like to learn more on that. And of course, traffic, everyone knows the Trader Joe's traffic issue. I don't really have a request, but I guess my request would be, other than the garbage can, it would be basically to see if we can do something with that property that's maybe not as dense as is being planned now. But that's really all I have to say.
Thank you very much. Is
Yeah.
there anybody else that's here to speak on item number 1? There is no, yes. Anybody else? If you're gonna speak, just line up against the wall so we know. And, yes, sir, please state your name.
Good evening. My name is Stephen Alt. I'm at 3815 West Swann, right in that neighborhood. I'm going to echo the last 2 speakers. The biggest concern I have is the placement of the dumpster, and I really would implore the builder to move that to the east side of the property, away from the residences there. I don't have children, as you could probably tell. I do have children, but grandchildren I have. My daughters don't really play in the neighborhood much. They're in their 30s, but the grandchildren do. My kids can play in the neighborhood if they want, but they wouldn't because they're in their 30s. But the grandchildren play. I was playing in the backyard with my grandson right before I came here, and there's a concern about that. I have to also echo Ryan's concern about the water in the street. I mean, just a normal summer rainfall, and that turns into a river. You know, stuff splashing up into our driveways, it's horrific. And that property now being vacant is soaking in something. It's a big vacant property, uncovered. It's soaking in something. That runoff is certainly isn't going to be handled by the small storm retention pond they have designed in that corner of the property now. The traffic, obviously, is the traffic. Everybody agrees. The traffic there is horrific. The units, less dense development, I think would be beneficial. That's all I have. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, sir. Anybody else wish to speak on item 1? Wait. Anybody else?
Am I up?
Not yet. Is the gentleman behind you coming up? Yes, sir. Please state your name.
Yeah, my name is Steve Shahal. I'm the owner of the property, and I heard a lot.
You would be part of the presentation with Mr. Mechanic. So once we ask questions, you'll have an opportunity to speak during rebuttal.
Thank you.
So it'll just be a moment. All right, if there's nobody else to speak, I'm going to ask Councilmember Clendenin, do you want to go?
I do. Staff, LaShawn, do you have the photographs of the adjacent properties?
Yes, LaShawn, Doc Development Coordination. Let's see. So let's see. This is the site. The site. Are you looking adjacent here or
Yeah, like
the
what, so what,
residential?
yeah, how that's developed there, and then on the backside, if you have anything on the backside too.
Okay, let's see.
I mean, I know the Burger King.
They're near the end. So this is the residential, which is across the street, further down. So this is on the site here. That's this residential here, and then
Okay.
I'll show you a photo of this
Okay.
to show the back. Okay. This is on the other side.
So they're all
So
townhouses that
this-
face Swann.
Correct. So this is the subject site. This picture is this,
Okay.
directly west. And then the first picture is these. This
And those townhouses all face Swann as well?
Correct.
Okay. So are there any examples there of multifamily that's built like an apartment complex, or?
Not that I have pictures of. This shows the back of the property. But I don't have it of the front view of the opposite side of the
Okay,
block. I'm sorry.
gotcha. Okay, and how wide and deep is this particular parcel?
So this parcel, I can put up the plan for you to show you. So there's 192 feet of frontage,
Okay,
approximately. And then the depth is 137, let me look. Is that it? About 137, approximately, the depth.
so it's just shy of, if it was Euclidean zoning with front-facing doors, it would be just shy of 4 lots, is what, for a 50-foot by 100-foot.
Under Euclidean zoning, but keep in mind, this is currently zone PD.
PD, right.
And it is approved for business professional office.
Yeah, it was zoned professional office. Okay.
But it wasn't zone PD, it was zone professional office.
Right. Okay. So it was a PD for a professional office, is that what the zoning was, or was it professional office?
Correct. Business
PD
professional
for
office.
professional office?
Business, yes, a PD.
Okay, gotcha, okay.
Correct.
And how long ago was that? Do you know how long that was zoned that way?
LaShawn, Doc Development Coordination, and that is in 21. It was REZ 2127, and that approved the use of business professional office.
Gotcha.
So this request would be from PD to PD.
Okay, very good.
Except going from the office to the single family attached.
Okay, thank you so much, I appreciate it.
Absolutely, yes.
Thank you very much. There's no other questions. Mr. Mechanic, you have rebuttal, which is 5 minutes. And then the property owner, if he wishes to be part of your 5 minutes, may come up and speak. Yes, sir, please state your name again.
I'm going to ask Mr. Shahal to speak very briefly, but I do want to make a few points in rebuttal. Just be very brief, please.
Okay, sir, please state your name.
My name is Steve Shahal, I'm the owner. A couple of things, I heard a lot about the traffic, and Trader Joe's, very easy for them to solve this problem. All they have to do is put a garage up, just like Baycare did on the other side. That's exactly what they did. They put a garage up, and the whole problem was solved. The same thing with Chick-fil-A over De Leon. They bought another lot, and they kind of solved the problem. It's still there with Chick-fil-A. So a lot of times when people see traffic, it's not all Trader Joe's, it's also Chick-fil-A's traffic. Okay. As far as the trash can, I'm more than happy to either move it or put a compactor in there or do both. I'm fine with either option. So it's up to you to tell me whether this is acceptable. Third thing I want to say is that we do have a permit-ready plan for 14,500 square foot office building in that spot. It's ready. I can break ground tomorrow on it if I want to. But we're choosing this option, maybe because to make it a little bit easier. Thank you very much.
Thank you. As Mr. Shahal just said, he will move the dumpster anywhere the neighborhood would like. I would ask that we not delay this hearing to debate the point. If there's some other location that staff would recommend, we'll locate the dumpster there or install a compactor if that makes it less intrusive. But we don't really want to have to continue a hearing for something as, I don't want to say minor, but something as simple as locating a dumpster.
What's in the northeast quadrant of that parcel, on the east side of
The northeast quadrant?
what business does it touch? Chick-fil-A? Is it behind the
Well,
Chick-fil-A?
it's,
or-
yeah, on the next street over is Chick-fil-A.
So what's it behind, the Burger King?
There's a Burger King facing Dale Mabry.
So opposite of where the dumpster is over here in the northwest quadrant. If you were to put in the northeast, the dumpster would be on the back
Right.
of, it would have a parking lot on the other side, correct? And it
Our,
wouldn't-
our engineer might be able to speak to that. I don't know whether the code allows that.
I can say it. LaShawn Dock, Development
ma'am.
Coordination. The dumpster can be placed on the northeast section of the site, and that can be made, that change can be made between first and second reading. And excuse me, if I can put this up to show, so this is the entry to the Burger King parking lot.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I don't want to step in it. The Burger King parking lot, and then this is the Burger King that's here. So this is the commercial use. There's no residential here on the northeast section. The residential is to the north of the site. So that change can be made between first and second reading. Aside from which the engineer can confirm, I don't know about retention or anything like that, but I think there's plenty of room for it to either be located here or even here, oriented this way.
Okay, what does the engineer say, sir? Can
And
it
if they
be
can do that,
relocated?
if they're willing to do it, and if it's possible, they can do that between first and second reading.
Okay, please state your name, sir.
Hi, Azam Al-Sheikh with Global Engineering Associates. We can relocate the dumpster instead of to the west, put it on the east of the parking spaces. Retention is gonna be underground. It won't be in the canopy of that tree. And we will have to meet the tech manual, so that's a null point. We already have, the permits already meet that, the permits existing today for the office building. And we're gonna comply and put all the retention underground in that area to meet the code.
Okay,
Okay.
we're gonna get Randy up here real quick.
And
Now
then-
I just ask Randy Cohen to address the traffic comments very briefly.
Go ahead, please state your name, sir.
Randy Cohen, 4121 West Cypress. I have been sworn. I want to go back to the chart for just a minute that's on the Elmo. The blue is the last use on the property, which was the daycare. It was then rezoned for the office, which is the current rezoning on the property. And as you've heard from the applicant, could be built today. The red is daily traffic here, AM peak hour traffic here, PM peak hour traffic there. The townhouse proposal, that is their daily traffic, 4 times less than what would be for the office. This is their morning traffic, which is about 5 times less than it would be with the office. Same in the afternoon. So we're talking about build the office and have a lot more traffic there, or build the townhouses and have substantially less traffic than is approved for the site today.
Thank you. Anything else in your rebuttal, sir?
No, I would just conclude by respectfully requesting your approval of this application. I would respectfully suggest to you that saying that my client can't build anything on this property is not a legal answer to the question. And I think we have proposed the least impactful use we could possibly have proposed for this site. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Anything else? If not, I'll ask for a motion to close. Motion to close. We have a motion to close from Councilmember Clendenin with the second from Councilmember Henderson. Councilmember Miranda, would you like to?
No.
Oh, all in favor? Aye. Now, Councilmember Miranda, would you like to read item number 1?
Boy, I'm so lucky. I'll tell you what, Chairman, I'll
Yeah,
read it.
I'd like to talk about this, actually.
That's why I'm talking slowly to
Yeah.
go. I'm sorry, sir.
No, I'm only saying.
You know I want to talk about it.
You
Yes,
can,
sir.
go on.
This, what's that? This is a classic example of too much on too little. You know, we do have a policy in the city of Tampa about construction and doors facing streets for a reason, because we want to encourage interactive neighborhoods and construction, so that, you know, when we build these things in neighborhoods, that, you know, people can, you know, again, integrate with the street, integrate with their neighbors. And that's why we have that policy that you've requested a waiver for. This is I mean, obviously such an intensive project. Granted, it butts up against a commercial property, which, you know, lends me to, you know, kind of give it at least a consideration. However, with all the problematics, just because of sins of the past doesn't necessarily mean we need to compound or repeat them. And Mr. Mechanic, you said about, you know, that you can't build something here, and you can build lots of things on here. I mean, you could build townhouses that face Swann, and they could be generous and beautiful and probably damn expensive townhouses that face Swann, as you see other examples of that in that particular neighborhood. But the development pattern in that neighborhood is townhouses that face the street, and there's some beautiful townhouses that face that street. So I think there's lots of opportunity here. The fact about that some council in the past put a PD on here, zoned it as for an office building. You know, if it was, obviously the market has changed. You know, office buildings aren't what they were 10 years ago or even 5 years ago. So I understand that as well. And the cash cow is cramming a whole bunch of multifamily houses on a very small piece of property, and that makes developers and property owners a lot of money. But that's not what we're here for. We're here to enhance the city of Tampa, enhance this neighborhood, and this is just too much on too little.
Anybody else? Yes.
Mr. Clendenin, that is so interesting, because I can name so many properties where the, you know, front doesn't face the street in my neighborhood that we've approved. And, yeah, this board. But nevertheless, I think it's not a whole lot. Only 3 of them don't face the Swann. Am I correct about that, Ms.? 3 of them do face that.
Yeah, the others don't.
And the others don't. So that's what I'm thinking about. Right next to my bookstore, there's 5 of them that don't face the, you know, they face the street, you just can't see them. I don't know, it's kind of interesting, but it is what I consider reasonable if you move the dumpster, so I can support it, and I'll just leave it at that. I know it's in South Tampa, so.
Councilmember Carlson.
Yeah, I would just ask that if Councilmember Miranda makes the motion, that he add that change of the dumpster between first and second reading.
So from the north.
First and second reading. But let's be specific about the changes. I don't want to just say changes.
No, move the dumpster.
Yeah,
from
move the dumpster. I got that written down. Move the dumpster.
corner.
And what was the other one?
No, move the dumpster to the northeast.
The only one? Yeah. All right.
And
To the
Mr. Chair, if
northeast.
I may,
Councilmember Vieira, yes, sir.
thank you. I intend to support this, but I have my reasonings all I can talk about with the 12 residences. I don't think it's too intensive for the particular area under the circumstances. But there is one thing I do want to say this. I have to leave in about 5 minutes. So just FYI for council. That's all.
Can I?
Yep.
We had a session a few weeks ago about construction planning, but we already get a lot of complaints about this intersection. And if this passes, I hope the developer will manage that carefully so that the construction and the construction parking doesn't jam up the roads as well.
Thank you. Councilmember Moran.
One more thing. Just remember, this is aisle-style development. We've already had that conversation about aisle-style developments.
Let me just say this, as we're debating a little thing between ourselves. No matter what you put here, it's not going to be acceptable to a lot of people because of one thing, something that no one did. I don't know the developer. I don't know the guy who sold the lot or bought the lot or whatever. If I did, it makes no difference anyway to me. But let me say this, you cannot, from what I read here, in the city and the planning commission, both, and I voted against some of these in the past, you know what? And I haven't won yet. When it goes to a mediator, my teeth are in the back of my neck. And that's not to say that they're right or wrong. That's to say this is what I have to work with what's in front of us, all of us today. And yes, I could say that this doesn't fit that, and I'm going to make that motion between first and second reading for that dumpster to be moved to the opposite side, which is the east side, I believe. So, Mr. Chairman, with that, I'll read number one.
No. We have Councilmember Hurtak.
Yeah, I'm sorry, but when you said that just because, staff approves it,
No,
if that's the case,
that's not how I vote on things.
No, I know, but you said that both staffs think it's okay, and that we should consider that, and if that's the case, then they don't need us. So I just wanted to clarify that, and I wanted to say I'm not voting for this because it's too much in too little space. I agree wholeheartedly with Councilman Clendenin. I think the townhomes that are next door are beautiful, facing the street, and just engaging the community, and this particular development pushes that away and makes it insular and not focusing on the street, which is what the rest of the street does. So it is not in agreement with what the rest of the development is. So,
Or our plan for the city.
or the plan for the city. So I won't vote for it either.
Councilmember Henderson.
My thought on that is because it's Swann Avenue, I can see why, I think it's more protective of the people who decide to purchase these properties, that they are not necessarily facing Swann, because that is a very intense area, which is why I don't shop at Trader Joe's. So I could see them being isolated in a sense and not facing Swann because of that reason. And I know that that's abnormal in many regards, but Swann is...
But if you've driven down that street, every house faces the street. This is a development that will be so different than everything around it.
Right, just like that property y'all voted on a couple of weeks ago, that is the only development like that in the neighborhood. Everything else was single-family homes. So I understand, but you all voted for that one to be built, and it was inconsistent. So I understand. I mean, this is South Tampa. I wouldn't want to live on a crowded street like that, but there are people who just are dying to live in South Tampa, and it's not unreasonable.
But there's also not a reason you can't build 6 or 7
now that's true.
beautiful
they are
townhomes.
greedy, but all of them are greedy.
Well, but that's what
Excuse me if I can interrupt here.
That's what we're here
If I
for.
can interrupt for a minute, Mr. Chairman.
Are we
Obviously,
saying
this
something
is a public hearing, and just to be sure that we did this for the record, could we just have the motion to open the public hearing, because we've already been underway? Could we have a motion to open the public hearing?
Chair, if I may.
No, this was a council debate.
No, I'm saying, no, I'm talking not this public hearing. Well, okay, let's just continue, because I don't want to mess up the record. I just wanted to let you know, council members, just if you haven't noticed, there was a court reporter here who is taking down every comment that's being said tonight. So the reason I'm saying this is to ensure that you make whatever decision you make based on competent,
Substantial,
substantial
yes.
evidence in the record, the location within the city, if it's not relevant to the criteria and it's not particularly relevant to the case and the evidence that you have to rely upon, it is not relevant to your decision.
Okay,
And
then
Mr.
here, I will
Sorry,
say,
Councilmember
I will-
Miranda had been recognized to.
I have this.
Point
I'm
of
gonna read it
order,
right
if
now.
I may, point of order.
Yes, sir,
Can you hear
Councilman
me?
Vieira.
Thank you. Guys, I have to leave. I said that 5 minutes ago.
He's reading it.
He's reading it right now.
He's reading
Okay,
it.
and I don't mean to rush people, it's just,
Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to read file number REZ 24-45, an ordinance being presented for first reading consideration. An ordinance rezoning property in general vicinity of 3807, 3811 West Swann Avenue, City of Tampa, Florida, more particularly described in Section 1 from zoning districts classification PD, plan development to PD, plan development residential, single-family attached, providing an effective date. Under Section 27-136,
Second.
promotes the efficiency and sustainable use of land and infrastructure with careful consideration of potential adverse impact to on-site natural elements, surrounding impact to neighborhoods and cultural resources. 2, allows the integrated of different land uses and density in one development that would not otherwise be provided for or allowed under general zoning districts establishment in this chapter, which encourages compatibility and oversight, site design, and scale, both internal and external to this project site. 3, provides a procedure which can relate the type, design, and layout of residential, non-residential development of this particular site. 4, acknowledges changing needs, technology, economic, and consumer preference, and allows the ingenuity and imagination in the planning and development of relative large tracts under unified control, as well as allowing flexibility in the redevelopment of older areas in the city. 6, promotes and encourages development where appropriate in location, character, compatibility with the surrounding impact neighborhood, and built environmentally and existing geographically. 7, promotes more desirable living and working environment than.
Second.
Pardon me?
I just seconded it for you if you.
Oh, I thought somebody else wanted to read 7 and 8.
You don't have to.
Yeah,
Well, I wanted to do this
on record.
on record, since I've been challenged.
Understood.
Desirable living and working environment that would be possible, the strict application and minimal requirements of other zoning districts. 8, promotes architectural features and elements which complements the surrounding community and enhance the overall quality of the development. 9, promotes the retention of reuse of existing building stock. As far as I know, there are no waivers. Am I correct?
there are 2 waivers.
I caught you. You did. Thank you. The waivers.
You don't, Mr. Chairman.
Pardon me?
I'm sorry, Mr. Miranda.
Council, I have to leave in 30 seconds,
If you could just, I believe that's sufficient for the
All
record.
right.
Now, my suggestion would be to add that it's consistent with the
And
staff
also,
reports.
and the changing of the dumpster between first and second reading as discussed by the property owner.
Could you please just, for the purpose, say it goes into the northeast section, is that correct?
Northeast, yes, sir.
All right, we have a motion and a
Second.
second. Roll call vote.
Vieira.
Yes.
I'm sorry?
He said yes.
Yes, okay.
Yes.
Miranda.
Yes.
Carlson. Yes. Hurtek.
I'm going to vote no because Section 27-136, it's funny that you read all of them because number 9, actually, they're not reusing any building stock, so you just read it to read it. But number 6, promoting and encouraging development where appropriate in location, character, compatibility with surrounding impacted neighborhoods, built environment, and existing geography is clearly not doing that. And that's exactly what we were speaking about.
Yeah, she said.
She said no.
No.
Clendenin.
Yeah, and I'll hit on number 8, about promoting the architectural features and elements which complement the surrounding community and enhance the overall quality of development. I don't believe that meets that requirement as well. And I also am opposed to waiving the door for the positions that I stated in my earlier discussion, that it does not promote the sense of neighborhood and that is not compatible with policies of this city council or the city of Tampa. So I vote no.
Henderson.
Yes.
Maniscalco.
Yes.
Okay. Motion carries with Hurtek and Clendenin voting no. Second reading and adoption will be held on March 27th, 2025 at 10 a.m. located at 315 East Kennedy Boulevard, 3rd floor, Tampa, Florida 33602.
Thank you very much.
I'll be back, council. Thank you, and I
All right, thank you
apologize
very
for
much,
rushing
Mayor.
that. Thank you,
Drive
council.
safe.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, item number.
Chairman,
Yes?
could we have a motion to open the rest of the public hearings
Can I get a
tonight?
motion to open the rest
So
of the
moved.
public hearings? Motion from Councilmember Clendenin, second from Councilmember Miranda, all in favor?
Aye.
Any
Thank
opposed?
you.
Yeah. All right, we'll just take a moment. Yeah. If we could please eliminate the conversation in the room, we can't hear, it echoes through the chamber. If we could please limit the please not have conversations in the chamber because we can't hear. Thank you very much. Yes, ma'am, item number 2.
Thank you, Chairman and Council LaShawn Dock, Development Coordination. Item 2 is REZ 2470. It's for the property at 3602 West Azeele Street. The request is to rezone the property from PD Plan Development for Business Professional Office to PD Plan Development for Business Professional and Medical Office. I'll turn it over to Jennifer to give her report, and then I'll come back and give my report. Thank you.
Jennifer Malone with your Planning Commission staff. This is in the South Tampa Planning District along West Azeele Street, at the corner of West Azeele Street and South Himes Avenue. We have a variety of office uses on this portion of South Azeele Street already, but we also have some residential to the east and then to the south. The future land use is residential 20. That is the brown color. That's predominant along West Azeele Street this way. Residential 35 is darker brown. Residential 10 to the south is your single-family detached future land use category. That's that orange color. The pink is community mixed use 35 along Henderson. The plan development before you, as LaShawn opened, is for a business professional office with the medical office use. This was rezoned in 2021 for professional office uses. Planning Commission staff found it consistent. It was approved. The plan limits where office uses should go if you're in a residential land use category. One of those criteria, if you're in the residential 20 category, is that you should have frontage along a collector roadway or higher. Azeele is an arterial roadway that is a functional classification higher than a collector. But the plan also says that if you have already met your locational criteria the first time, you shouldn't have to meet it again. So this does meet the locational criteria, but I just want to state for the record, they were not subject to that a second time. But had they been, it would have met it, since Azeele is an arterial and there's already office uses in the surrounding area. So we found it consistent with the plan, and I'm available for any questions. Thank
Any
you.
questions for Ms. Malone? Nope. Thank you very much. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Council LaShawn Dock, Development Coordination. And this site is currently zoned PD, and it does allow for business professional office use. So this request would allow the additional of medical office, the additional use of medical office on site. So the building that's on site will remain. This is the subject site. This is the site plan which is submitted. This is Himes Avenue. This is Azeele to the north. So this is the existing building, which I'll show you pictures of, that would remain. That building contains 1,818 square feet. The site itself contains 7,414 square feet. The setbacks are to the north 20 feet, to the south 68 feet, to the east 10 feet, and to the west 5 feet. The maximum building height is 35 feet. And the parking required is 11 spaces, and then 9 spaces are provided. So on the site itself, the existing building, again, will remain on site. Surface parking exists in the rear of the site, in the rear of the building. There's one point of access to the site, and that's on Himes. The entry to the building is here, and you can see that there are walkways provided to the surrounding sidewalk, the sidewalks that are surrounding the site. And I have the zoning map. So this is the parcel that's identified here in red on the corner of Azeele. This is Himes. This is Henderson for orientation of the site, and then this is Sterling Avenue. So you can see that this site, along Azeele, you have numerous rezonings that have occurred through the years. You have PDs to the west, and further west, you have your residential single-family development. North of the site, you have the PD and RL uses, which are like your medical office, or the business professional office uses. that run along Azeele. Further north of that, you have your single-family development, residential single-family detached development. And then further south, you have the single-family detached, and you have a couple of RM zoning designations, RO, residential office, and PD. So there's like a mixture of uses within the area, but mostly the business professional and medical office uses. So this is the subject site. This is at the corner of Himes and Azeele. And this will remain. So this is the entry to the site. This is showing you the east side of the building. This is if you're on site looking towards Azeele. To the north, the parking is located here off in this picture. This is the access to the site. This is on site looking towards Himes. This is looking south. That's looking north on Himes. That's another view outside of the site, looking north on Himes. This is north of the site. This is if you're at the point of the site, which is off to the right in this picture, and you're looking east on Azeele. And that's east of the site. The office is there. And then this is another view of the site. This is if you're looking south on Himes. And that's another view on Himes looking south. Further south on Himes. And then we swing back around, and this is west, looking west of the subject site. So with that, the DRC staff reviewed the request, finds the request inconsistent. It is due to the waiver requested. You can see the findings from transportation. The waiver is to reduce the parking from 11 spaces required to 9 spaces. And also there are site plan modifications to be made between first and second reading. So with that, that concludes my presentation. I'm available if you have any questions.
Any questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. Is there an applicant for this item? Come on up. Yes, please state your name.
Yes. Tom Schemlich, architect, 619 Luzon Avenue, Tampa, Florida, 33606. I've been sworn in. Mr. Chairman, City Council, City of Tampa staff, good evening. Good to see everyone. This is a rezoning, a PD to PD. We're asking for the additional use for medical office. On the face of it, as it stands, the 9 spaces are required, and we've provided 6. I'd like to draw your attention to the adjacent property. And in my footnote on the document, I pointed out that the adjacent property at Surgical Center, and it was rezoned, PD rezoning, REZ 22-53. They used a metric of 4.5 spaces per 1,000 under the PD for the rezoning, for the parking spaces. So if we apply that same 4.5 to 1,818 square feet, which is by any standard a small building, that's 8.18 spaces. So we meet the standard of 9 spaces using the same standard applied to the adjacent property. So I think on the face of it, it's a reasonable request, just with even by the 9 spaces being short too. But I think going further with the precedent of the adjacent property, I think it's a reasonable request, and we look forward to your affirming vote of yes.
Thank you very much.
Thank
Any
you.
questions for the gentleman? I see none. Is there anybody in the public that wishes to speak on item number 2? Motion. We have a motion to close from
Second.
Councilmember Clendenin, second Councilmember Miranda. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Councilmember Henderson, would you like to read item number 2?
Yes, Chair. I move file number REZ 2470, an ordinance being presented for first reading consideration, an ordinance rezoning property in the general vicinity of 3602 West Azeele Street in the city of Tampa, Florida, and more particularly described in Section 1 from Zoning District Classification PD Plan Development to PD Plan Development, Business Professional, and Medical Office, providing an effective date. Do I need to read some of these reasons?
Yeah, is there a revision sheet on this, Ms. Doc?
With the revision sheet.
Okay, we have a motion and we have a second, correct? Yes. Roll call vote?
Miranda,
Yes.
Carlson. Yes. Hurtek,
Yes.
Clendenin,
Yes.
Henderson,
Yes.
Vieira, Maniscalco.
Yes.
Motion carried with Vieira absent at vote. Second reading and adoption will be held on March 27, 2025 at 10 a.m. located at 315 East Kennedy Boulevard, 3rd floor, Tampa, Florida, 33602.
Thank you very much. Item number 3.
Thank you, Council. LaShawn Dock, Development Coordination. Item 3 is REZ 24101. It's for the property located at 8813 Brook Street, 8901 North 13th Street, 8814 North 14th Street. This request is to rezone the property from IG Industrial General and RS 50 Residential Single Family to IG Industrial General. And I'll turn it over to Jennifer to give her report.
Jennifer Malone with the Planning Commission. This is in the University Planning District. Another recent plan amendment before this council. So the area might look familiar to you, but it is the parcels outlined in purple. We have industrial, we're just south of East Bush Boulevard, along North Brooks Street and North 14th Street. I do want to point out, this is a very, this is an area with a vast variety of uses of industrial and single-family detached in close proximity to one another, which is reflected on the future land use map. And I'm sure LaShawn or Ms. Dock will go into this in more detail. We do have some single-family homes across the street, but we also have these industrial uses in the area as well. So when you look at the future land use map, the future land use is light industrial. Where some of those single-family homes are is the residential 10, which is the orange color. So we're, but the area is light industrial as we move south of East Bush Boulevard. The request before you changed these parcels to light industrial through a plan amendment earlier, and now the applicant is requesting for the IG zoning district. So I do want to read a portion of the report just for the record. The report points out that the surrounding area does contain a range of uses, including industrial, commercial, and single family. The subject properties do border detached single-family homes zoned residential, single-family 50, and recognized under that residential 10 FLU designation. Given the wide range of uses in the immediate area, Planning Commission staff has determined that the proposed IG zoning district is consistent with the character of the surrounding area. But I want to note, LU policy 15.2.4 requires appropriate buffering between non-residential and residential developments. This is a Euclidean rezoning. The applicant will be required to meet those requirements during the site plan review process to ensure compliance with these policies. I just want to state for the record that that is something that we took into consideration, is that they would need to meet those during that review. With a comprehensive plan also encourages industrial development as a means of generating employment to support the city's growing population. So the proposed rezoning to IG will facilitate the industrial use of this policy consistent with the comprehensive plan. Thank you.
Question.
Councilman Clendenin.
Is what you just stated, that's nothing that requires council's reading into the record, is it?
Right.
So that's sufficient?
I don't believe so, no. I mean, I'll definitely defer to Ms. Dock, but I just wanted on the record that we did look at that when we reviewed the request.
Okay, very good, thank you.
About the proximity to single family.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
LaShawn Dock, Development Coordination, and that is correct, Councilman Clendenin. It will be addressed at the time of permitting the buffering. The applicant will be required to provide proper buffering according to code, yes. And with that, thank you, Council. I'd like to, this is the easiest way that I could show you these parcels before I get to the zoning map. So there are 3 parcels contained within this request. This was submitted by the applicant, but it shows clearly the parcels. There's one parcel that's on 13th Street. This is Bush Boulevard. This is Brook Street, and this is 14th Street. So the parcels that are outlined in red are the subject site, and these are the parcels which are requested to rezone to IG Industrial General. just note that Brook Street goes through to Bush Boulevard, but the 13th and 14th, those streets actually dead end. But I'll show you pictures surrounding the subject site. Each of the parcels, the parcel that's on 13th Street and 14th Street, both of these have 50 feet of frontage. On Brook Street, there's 100 feet of frontage. And all three have the same depth of approximately 104 feet. 60 feet would be the maximum building height with this zoning designation. And what I like to do is also put up the zoning map. So again, here are the parcels that are in red, identified on the site. This is Bush Boulevard. Nebraska is off to the west, off of this map. So this site on 13th Street, Brook Street, and then 14th Street. But you can see along Bush Boulevard, on the north end side of Bush Boulevard are the more intense commercial uses. On the south side of Bush Boulevard, you get into your more intensive uses of the industrial general. So the zoning is reflective of that. You have industrial general on the south side of Bush. On the north side of Bush, you have commercial intensive. Further north of the site, you get into your residential zoning and uses. And the same goes for the south of Bush Boulevard. When you move south of the subject site, you move into your residential, the RS50 zone, and the residential single-family detached uses further south. And then for the pictures of the site, I'll just show you, normally it's the site first, then the surrounding uses, but there's 3 parcels on 3 different streets. I'll show you this site, surrounding this site, then we'll go to this site, surrounding the site, then this site surrounding, and we'll end with there. So this is on the west side. This is the site that's on 13th. That's west of that site, the residential. This is also west of that, still on 13th Street. This is moving towards Bush. That's the industrial. That's to the west. This is showing you the dead end, that 13th dead ends. Bush Boulevard is off in the picture there. The site is off to the right. So now we swing around. This is north of the site on 13th. Here's the site on 13th. This is south of the site, the residential that exists. And this is south of the site on 13th. Now this takes us to the parcel on Brooks. This is north of the site. This is another picture north of the site. You can see the open storage, the industrial use on the site. This is the site on Brook Street. And this is if you're looking south on Brooks. The site is off to the left. This is south of the site. And another view to the south. And then this takes us around to the site on 14th. So that's the site on 14th. And then this is making our way towards Bush. As you head north, photos of the uses. This is looking north toward Bush. Then we swing back around. That's across the street east of the site. And then this is east. And as we head further south, back on the block, there are other pictures of the residential that exist east. This is looking south on 14th. And that's south of the site on 14. And then lastly, this is if you're at Humphrey on the other end of the block and you're looking down towards the site, towards Bush. And with that, the DRC staff reviewed the request and finds the request consistent. This is a Euclidean rezoning request, so there's no site plan associated with this request. And I'm available if you have any questions.
Yes, ma'am. Any questions? Nope. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Please state your name.
Good evening, City Council. Ryan Manassi with Johnson Pope, Director of Development and Planning, 400 North Ashley Drive, Suite 3100. If CTTV can pull up my presentation. It's in edit mode. Do you guys see the full screen, or is it?
The darkest presentation I've ever
There we
seen.
go. Well, the white light, there you go. So again, just to reiterate a couple points, we're here regarding the parcels located at 8813 Brook Street, 8901 North 13th Street, and 8814 North 14th Street. As staff stated, we're here requesting that change from IG and R. These subject sites are the requests before you because their land use didn't match up with the zoning, vice versa. And so again, that's why we're here. But just a little history on that. Jennifer did mention it, but we were before you back in September 2024 for the Comprehensive Plan Map Amendment. That was TACPA 2403. And it was to recognize and encourage that LI future land use category for the lots in question. The rezoning that's here tonight is just that. We're trying to implement the compatible zoning district with the newly approved LI category. And as staff stated, any development has to meet the IG zoning district for buffering, screening, setbacks, et cetera, height, uses, and there's no waivers being sought, none could be added to this. Now, our application is consistent with several objectives and policies from the comprehensive plan, and staff has, PC staff has annotated that as well. Most of these objectives and policies primarily address compatibility and preservation of the industrial lands, which I think we can all agree is needed in the city of Tampa. The review findings, all city agencies and planning commission staff found our request consistent. As outlined in your city staff report, the uses allowed in the IG zoning designation are consistent with the existing uses in the built environment. Additionally, the PC staff report stated the request is consistent with the character of the surrounding area and with the development patterns anticipated under the LI designation. So with that, in conclusion, approving the rezoning will allow for a zoning district consistent with the LI category. Also, approval will provide opportunities for industrial development, as industrial is a scarce commodity in the city of Tampa. Again, no waivers are being requested. This is a Euclidean rezoning request. City and Planning Commission staff found the request consistent. And to my knowledge, I have not received any opposition to our request. So with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions should you have any, but would request your approval.
Any questions? Thank you very much. Is there anybody in the public that wishes to speak on item number 3?
Motion closed. Second.
We have a motion closed from Councilmember Clendenin, second from Councilmember Henderson. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Councilmember Clendenin.
I move file number REZ 24101, an ordinance being presented for first reading consideration, an ordinance rezoning property in the general vicinity of 8813 Brook Street, 8901 North 13th Street, and 8814 North 14th Street in the city of Tampa, Florida, more particularly described in section 1 from zoning district classifications IG Industrial General and RS 50 Residential Single Family to IG Industrial General, providing an effective date.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Roll call vote.
Carlson.
Yes.
Hurtek.
Yes.
Clendenin.
Yes.
Henderson.
Yes.
Vieira. Miranda.
Yes.
Maniscalco.
Yes.
Motion carried with Vieira absent at vote. Second reading and adoption will be held on March 27th, 2025 at 10 a.m. located at 315 East Kennedy Boulevard, 3rd floor, Tampa, Florida, 33602.
Thank you for your time, City Council.
Thank you very much. Yes, sir. Item number 4.
Good evening, Council. For the record, Christopher DeMonch, Development Coordination. Agenda item number 4 is REZ 24102. It's a request to rezone 3604 Temple Street from RM16 to RM18. I'll turn it over now to Planning Commission staff.
Jennifer Malone with the Planning Commission. We have traveled to the East Tampa Urban Village and the Central Tampa Planning District. We're off of North 50th Street and Temple Street, just north of East 28th. The surrounding area, this block is either vacant or commercial. There's a commercial use at the corner here, but there's residential uses there's one right here, and then there's one right here. To the south, we also have some commercial uses and residential uses to the east of the site. The future land use is Community Mixed Use 35, that's your pink color, which allows a broad variety of uses from residential all the way up to commercial general uses. Residential 20 is right behind the site to the east. That's our single family attached multifamily category. Planning Commission staff reviewed this for consistency with the comprehensive plan. This is a really underutilized area of the city. There's a lot of vacant sites, and the density is very low for what we would expect in this future land use category. And our plan has policies about utilizing our vacant land and bringing our parcels up to density, because we need to plan for that growing population. So this request from RM16 to RM18 is consistent with the plan. It also is consistent with our policies, and it, like I said, encourages new housing on vacant or utilized land. And it's, would not cause any incompatible impacts, since the parcels to the south and east of the site are zoned RM16, but this jump to RM18 we found was in line with what we're planning for in this area of the city. That concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Any questions for Ms. Malone? Okay, sir?
For the record, Christopher DeMonch, Development Coordination. We'll start with an aerial of the subject site and the surrounding area. You can see the subject parcel outlined in red on the west side of Temple Street. The subject site is located north of East 28th Street, south of 30th Street, and east of North 50th Street. The surrounding area's development pattern is characterized by multifamily, single-family attached, single-family semi-detached, single-family detached, and commercial uses. Given the size of the parcel at 5,350 square feet, the maximum number of units allowed by the RM18 zoning district is 2 dwelling units. This is a survey of the subject site outlined in yellow. The subject block between East 28th Avenue and East 30th Avenue is comprised of various uses, as I've mentioned, residential as well as commercial. There have been multiple rezonings in the area, in the immediate surrounding area of the subject site over the past 10 years. Directly north and south of the site is property zoned for commercial general. The rezoning directly north of the site was approved in 2018. Directly west of the site, across North 50th Street, it's a property that was rezoned to planned development for a funeral parlor and cemetery uses. And of course, east of the subject site, across Temple, we have multifamily dwellings. Given the mix of the uses in the immediate area surrounding the subject block and the requested RM18 zoning, it's consistent with the development pattern. The subject site is in the East Tampa overlay, and development must comply with the requirements set forth in Section 27240 East Tampa Overlay District Development Design Standards at the time of permitting. Since this is a Euclidean rezoning, there's no site plan or elevations to be shown, but we do have some photos of the subject site, which I'll share. This is the photo of the subject site. We have 2 photos exactly of it. You'll see the site is vacant. North of the subject site. We have one additional of the north parcel. South of the subject site, we have a single-family semi-detached dwelling. East of the subject site, additional one. This is looking southeast from the subject site. This is looking south across 28th Avenue. Next photo was taken on North 50th Street. It's looking southeast. You can see the subject site on the left side of the photo and the semi-detached dwelling to the immediate south in the photo as well. This is looking north on North 50th Street. The subject parcel is on the right side of the photo. We also have one more photo from North 50th Street of the subject site. Development Coordination and Compliance staff has reviewed the application. We find the request to be consistent with the Land Development Code, and staff is available for any questions you might have.
Any questions? Thank you very much. Do you have an applicant for item number 4? Yes, sir, come on up. Please state your name.
Yes, good evening, City Council. I'm the owner, Robert Laurie II, and I'm requesting rezoning from RM16 to RM18, and I request your approval. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Any questions for the applicant? Is there anybody in the public that wishes to speak on item number 4?
Motion to close.
We have a motion to close from Councilmember Clendenin, second from Councilmember Henderson. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Councilmember Hertel.
Thank you. File number REZ 24-102, ordinance being presented for first reading consideration. An ordinance rezoning property in the general vicinity of 3604 Temple Street in the city of Tampa, Florida, and more particularly described in Section 1 from zoning district classification RM16 residential multifamily to RM18 residential multifamily, providing an effective date.
We have a motion and a second. Roll call vote.
Hurtek,
Yes.
Clendenin,
Yes.
Henderson,
Yes.
Vieira, Miranda, Carlson, Maniscalco.
Yes.
Motion carried with Vieira absent at vote. Second reading and adoption will be held on March 27th, 2025 at 10 a.m. located at 315 East Kennedy Boulevard, 3rd floor, Tampa, Florida, 33602.
We've arrived at number 5.
Yes, thank you, Council. LaShawn Dock, Development Coordination. Item 5 is REZ 24-104. It's for the property at 402 South Oregon Avenue. The request is to rezone the property from RM12 Residential Multifamily to PD Residential Single Family Detached. And I'll turn it over to Ms. Malone with the Planning Commission.
Jennifer Malone with your Planning Commission staff. This is in the Central Tampa Planning District. It is located on South Oregon Avenue. This is the subject site outlined in purple at the corner of South Oregon Avenue and West Azeele Street. It is within close proximity to the Selman Expressway, as you can see, as well as West Platte Street. The character of the street is a lot of, like, there's these townhomes that it interfaces right across the street. And so there's a variety of townhomes and single-family attached uses in the surrounding area, as well as like some multifamily in the area as well. I think it's really important to point out on the future land use map, the future land use is residential 20. The site is right interfacing community commercial 35 in the red. This is an intensive future land use category. This future land use category in the red allows CI uses, which could be auto repair. So that's the context on the future land use map, is that it is was planned for a little bit more intensity across the street, but they're developed with townhomes. That's the existing character. The residential 20, which is what the future land use of the site is, anticipates single-family attached housing, such as townhomes, duplexes, some multifamily. It doesn't quite have the density for that always, and then single-family detached if that's appropriate. So we did review this for consistency with the comprehensive plan. The Planning Commission staff found it consistent, and we looked at the existing density along this segment of the street, and we found that it was developed, the residential 20 pieces with or as a whole, excluding the subject site, approximately 49% of the density anticipated under this designation. This rezoning would allow a density of the site of 17.54 units per acre in an area planned for 20 dwelling units an acre. So it's getting closer to that density that we would anticipate under the residential 20 future land use category. As I said, this is the Central Tampa Planning District, and it's not far from the CBD, from the Central Business District as well. We found that it was consistent with the policies about providing additional infill housing on an underutilized parcel within the Central Planning District. We've also cited in our report policies related to the Architectural Review Commission, because I understand its historic significance, and we found that it was consistent with those as well. So those are in the report for the record, and I'm available for any questions. Thank you.
Any questions? Thank you. Ms. LaShawn?
Thank you, Council. LaShawn Dock, Development Coordination, and I'll put up the site plan that was submitted into the record. So the PD request before you would allow for 2 single-family detached homes on the site. So the lot itself has a frontage of 64 feet and then a depth of 77 feet. The maximum building height that's allowed is 35 feet for the two dwellings on site. And then 4 parking spaces are required for the overall use and 4 spaces are provided. So this is the site plan. This is the site which is outlined in the dotted line. This is Azeele Street. This is Oregon Avenue. So this outline is the existing structure on site, which I'll show you momentarily photos of. So the proposal is to add an addition to this existing structure, and then this would propose access to the site from Azeele with the spaces here. This is a carport, and then this is a structure, a surface space located here. And then this is proposed as new development. So this is building 2, which is the single-family house located on the southern end of the site. This would have access on Oregon Avenue. So one has vehicular access on Azeele and the other on Oregon. And this would have a carport also on site. So you can see the front door orientation here. And then this has the access here, but you can also see that the sidewalk surrounds the site on both the north and the west. And also, this lot is a part of Blvd. It's in the Hyde Park Local Historic District. The subject site is a part of revised Wartras subdivision. It's the west 77 feet of Lot 12, Block 2. So it was platted in 1915 with 12 lots, but it has been developed today. It was platted at a lot width average of 64 feet of frontage, 12 lots. Today, Block 2 contains 27 lots. Those lots, we took the measurements and assessed that block face. Those lots are measuring in widths up to 54 feet. So within the block face itself, over 50% of the block face has lots that are between 0 to 34 feet in width. So 34 feet is the widest width on that block face. And I want to show you the elevations for the site. So this is the current structure. This is the west elevation. This shows you the north elevation. This is the east elevation at the top. And this is the south elevation at the bottom. And then this one is for the next structure on site. So this is the south elevation. And then this photo is the west elevation. This is the north elevation. And then this is the east elevation. And then I have the zoning atlas of the site to show you. So this is the zoning. This is the property which is outlined here in red. This is Azeele Street. This is Orleans. This is Oregon Avenue. And Platt Street is to the north, but you can see surrounding the subject site, you've got the residential multifamily zones, some of the PD zonings. The uses are either single-family attached or multifamily. To the west of the subject site is a PD. This was a PD approved in '04. This is for single-family attached and for multifamily uses. As you are along Platt Street, you have your commercial uses with the CG and the PD zoning and those uses along Platt. But as you move south of the site and south of Horatio, you have your residential, single-family zoning and development. You still have your RM zonings, the RM 24s that are through here, plus some PDs. And then as you're along Swann, you're now at the point of Hyde Park Village. And I have photos of the site. So this is the subject site. That's the home to remain. So the new home is proposed on the lot next to that existing structure. So So this is a view of the north side of the site. This is that access point that's on Azeele. This is looking west on Azeele. This is another view of the north side of the site, looking west on Azeele. This is if we turned around, the site is there. And this is from Oregon, looking on north on the Azeele. This is the north end of the site, another view of Azeele. You'll see the Adobe house that's further down, but I have a picture of that also to show you in the surrounding photos. So this is north of the site. You can see the Selman Expressway that's across the street. This is the Adobe house, which is located on Azeele. This is north of the site. This is on Azeele if you're looking east. That residence is off to the right in the photo. This is east of the site. The subject site is there. This is east, the other side of the site, 1 block over from.
Your name, go ahead.
Sure. My name is Asad Sheikh. I'm the applicant and owner of the property.
Steve Michelini, agent.
I need help just plugging this in.
Can we stop the clock while he sets up?
Thank you.
I don't know if that, take that type, you know.
Oh.
I don't know if you can do it like that. I know, but you gotta hook a laptop up to it. Do you have a laptop?
Yeah, I do. We did the last time with the flash. Council, whenever the clock can start, I prepared this video for you guys kind of to show a more visual versus the still rendering, so I'll be happy to answer any questions after. Let's see.
Is it a green screen that you have? You
Oh.
always see as a green screen. Yeah. TNI, can someone give them a hand here on setting this up? What do you plug in, a laptop or a USB card?
I have both, but right now we're plugged in with a laptop.
Okay. Someone's gonna come out real quick.
Thank you, sir.
CTTV, is there anybody in the back that can help perhaps?
These things are tricky with that fire port.
Wake them up.
You see this for a second?
Good morning.
Not yet.
Where have you gone with this?
From here to there, and then UTMI, right?
Yeah, but it's not working.
Yeah, I know, it's,
You did the right thing.
that same thing happened last week. For some reason, the fire port
It doesn't like that
doesn't like
particular
those,
part.
yeah, shoot.
Weren't you gonna get here early for this? too?
Sir, I have the flash drive we used last time.
Let's try the flash drive right in here. Or we can have a shot. See if that works.
That's a good idea. No, you can
So
do
that's
that.
on the computer. That's.
You can use
Mr.
the-
Chairman,
Yes?
I'm just going to remind the public of the rule regarding,
And there's a, that's gonna be on this computer here.
the media, use of media.
That's why we get our.
And that would be Rule 5E, to refresh the public's recollection, persons requesting to use electronic media for public hearings before City Council are required to provide the electronic media to the City of Tampa Digital Media Productions, CTTV, at least 48 hours prior to broadcast. Such material must comply with the established time limits and comply with these rules of procedure, and submissions are not permitted for use at general public comment. Thank you.
At general public comment, but this is part of,
But just a reminder that
okay.
this is
But he, as a petitioner, is allowed to.
48 hours in advance. Obviously, the reason I'm bringing this to council's attention is so that the public is aware that the time that is taken it can be extensive. So I just want to bring it to, I understand you giving a council, the petitioner latitude, but just a reminder.
Question of myself. When someone applies for rezoning, do we have something in writing that tells them what the rules are? That's the only time they're gonna know.
I don't know whether it's on the documents that you get on the rules of procedure with regard to electronic equipment. I am not familiar with what land development has.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion to waive the rules for this applicant.
All right, we have a motion and a second. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Okay, Mr. Shelby, but in the future, you know, we'll know. All right, go ahead. If you want to start the video, make sure the volume is up. That's the next adventure is the volume.
That's really good. I might need your volume.
Yeah, it's linked in, so. And I don't know if CTTV needs to get the, yeah, get the, there we go. For the volume.
I mean, no one's gonna hear that probably. It's gonna be really.
It should work. I mean, I think we'll try. If not, we change the output device.
It might pick it up.
402.
It's working, just gotta make it louder.
There's no words.
Go wait a minute.
Yeah. Check the other setting that has the other output.
Apologies, council, we played a video last time. Not sure.
Just so you know, this was reviewed previously. Before 48
Provided
hours.
to CTV?
He took it in.
I don't know, it's not loaded. Okay, thank you for bringing that to my attention.
Just play it and talk over it.
Council, are you able to see the video at least?
Yeah, we can see it.
Okay, cool.
Play it. Yeah.
Hi, I'm Assad Sheikh, and I'm the owner of 402 South Oregon Avenue. The project we're proposing here is simple. We're going to preserve the existing historic structure on the site, and we're going to do a small addition in the rear that provides covered parking and also respects the 2 oak trees that are in the back, which we will be keeping. In addition, on the vacant portion of the lot, we're going to restore the historic fabric. There used to be a home located here that was built in the 1910s. Sometime in the mid-1990s, that home was demolished. We are seeking to build a new construction home where the old home used to sit. Now, our neighbors on this site are the townhomes across the street, the Salmon Expressway and all the green space, and 406 South Oregon Avenue. Our neighboring house at 406 South Oregon was built in 1925 and sits on a 26-foot wide lot. The neighbor supports our project, and the architectural style of their home, which has a small volume at the front and the second story recessed in the back, was a great inspiration for our plan. Our neighbor at 408 South Oregon also supports our project. Our neighbors at 410, 412, and
410 and 414 support us now, after the video.
1990s, and they all sit on approximately 30-foot wide lots. Our neighbor at 416 South Oregon has the only other contributing historic structure that's left on the block. Pay attention to their metal roof and the gabled shape of the roof. Our neighbor at 420 South Oregon was built in 2008, and it kind of stands out from the other homes on the block. The because of its wide facade. Our neighbor at 422 South Oregon sits on about a 32-foot wide lot, also has the metal roof and gable shape characteristic of the block. Finally, we have 426 South Oregon, which is still under construction, which was permitted before the historic district expansion, and which sticks out on the block. So you can see our project is meant to be a much more sensitive infill new construction. Here we are back at 402 South Oregon. Like I said, we're preserving these oak trees, and our neighbor here at 1408 West Azeele Street also supports our project and has written a letter of support. So we have 1406 West Azeele and 1404 West Azeele. These are both contributing structures. 1406 is 29 feet wide, and the lot is only 1,800 square feet total. 1404 is only 32 feet wide, and the lot is only 1,600 square feet total. Now we're at 401 South Orleans. The early 1900s structure on the lot was torn down prior to the expansion of the historic district. We're at 409 and 411 South Orleans, which are both contributing structures on narrow lots. And finally, we have 417 South Orleans, which was built in 1991, but really looks like it was here for over 100 years. This is a 22-foot wide lot, and it is an example of the sensitive infill construction that we were inspired by. And here we have 421, 423, and 425 South Orleans, all contributing structures, also a narrow lot, all characterized by metal roofs and gabled roofs as well. Here we have 414 South Orleans. This is a contributing structure built in 1908. I've met the owners and they support our project. And this was one of our biggest inspirations for the new home that we're building. We looked at the gabled roof structure of this home. We looked at the way the first floor of the home looks really diminutive from the street level, and the second story rises in the back. So we took a lot of referencing from this home. We have 400 South Orleans on a corner lot, a modern home that was built prior to the historic district expansion. So as we look overhead, you can see that the development pattern of Blvd, both historically and in modern times, is characterized by narrow lots, reduced side yard setbacks of around 3 feet, many accessory structures built all the way until the rear alley, and lots of site coverage. As we move south of Swann Avenue, it's important to note that the development pattern of Hyde Park in this area differs significantly from that of Blvd. The neighborhood here is characterized by larger lots, lower density, and lower future land use. Our rezoning at 402 South Oregon has been found consistent by city staff, including the Planning Commission, Natural Resources, Transportation, Historic Preservation, and the Architectural Review Commission, who voted 4-1 to recommend approval of our project. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you for your consideration, Council, and thank you for your patience with the video. Hopefully, opening this PowerPoint will be much easier.
And let me just say, what a beautiful neighborhood. That it's just, you know, seeing it like that, all the different colors and all the architectural styles, it's really a gem.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Yeah. Okay, so now we have the presentation portion. And we have some copies of this, if we can hand them out to council. Yeah. I can open it up. There's 7. I have a small copy.
Yeah, we don't need the 7th one. So.
Okay, we already went over this. So what I want to focus on is our proposal is inspired by history, where we're seeking to build the new construction structure. There used to be a home built in 1913. So we believe we're honoring the neighborhood's historical development pattern, rebuilding a home on the footprint where the home previously existed. Before I bought the house, the property was completely unmaintained, overgrown. And you can see in these photos here, that's the before, that's the after we cleared up that site. This is our site plan. Staff kind of already went over that, so I'll scroll by that. These are the elevations, which staff already went over. These are some renderings of the proposed new residence, the proposed addition to the existing residence as well. These are renderings showing the two structures side by side. I think the video did a lot better job than these still photos, so I'll scroll past these. But I just want to point out that the contributing structures all have a certain architectural vernacular, and we chose to follow that, and ARC recognized that. Most of these homes have very narrow side yard setbacks. That kind of was demonstrated in the video as well. And then, as we mentioned, it's very important to note that although this was added to the historic district, Dobbieville's development pattern was completely different from rest of Hyde Park, and we're trying to respect that. Our front yard setback is based on the two contributing structure front yard setbacks. So the two contributing structures on our block are 15 foot 5 inches and 16 foot 8 inches for their front yard setback. So we proposed a front yard setback of 15 foot 6 inches, which for the new construction residence, so it is basically lined up with the existing historic home. To kind of document that this is the very important part of our rezoning, is if you look at the Sanborn fire map, the structure that is currently there now is actually a newer structure than the structure that was originally there. And the Sanborn fire map, if you look where my cursor is pointing, shows that where we're proposing to build a home, there used to be a home. I went to the library, I pulled out the old Polk directory, I confirmed that there were 402 and 404 Oregon were separately addressed. And I even have property appraiser cards that show that both of these structures have existed at the same time, and those are all in your packets. I went to fdot.com. They have a really nice aerial database, and we found an aerial, a little bit blurry, that shows the two structures side by side in 1990. It was demolished sometime after 1990. We believe it's important to note, like, there were people who lived on 404 Oregon, the vacant portion of the site. We went in the newspaper archive database. We found Mr. John Jolliffe, who used to work for Lighthouse of the Blind. Sergeant James Coldman came back from his Navy service back in 1952, and these people had memories in the house that was demolished, and that was demolished prior to the historic district expansion. These are the Dobbieville maps showing the Dobbieville boundaries. You want to speak to that, Steve? No? Cool.
Show them the location.
Yes, our property is right here at the corner of Oregon and Azeele. So we're right in the boundary. Now, this is very important. Our property is at the top left, and I wanted to show properties that have less or similar width. As you can see, this is a very unique area where you have lots as narrow as 22 feet and 27, 32, etc. And it's important to note that the contributing historic structures even are on lots as narrow as 27, 29 feet, and 32 feet. And as a matter of fact, the non-contributing structures that are on narrow lots were probably built where historic homes were torn down. These are lots that have less depth. Again, we're in the top left corner, and the red pin shows lots that have less depth. Now, this is probably the most important part, the support. We're the red pin. Our direct neighbors support us. These are the people who are going to be most affected by the construction and renovation we do, and we have their support. As a matter of fact, 406 Oregon, 408 Oregon, 410 Oregon, 414 Oregon all support our project. So the neighbors who are going to be the most affected by our project support our project, have written letters of support, and 2 of them are even here today to speak in support of the project. This is an overall map showing our support in all of Tampa with pins. And that'll wrap up my portion. Steve?
We've been found consistent with the Planning Commission, city staff, and the ARC. We have no waivers. We are in close proximity to the Crosstown Expressway immediately to the north. And we do plan to save and renovate the existing contributing structure, and then add another structure that would have to go through the ARC and have to be found, in terms of its design, it would have to be found consistent with all of those guidelines. We spent a lot of time working with staff to develop a plan which we feel is very sensitive to the area, and have to keep in mind that Dobbieville was built and designed and developed under very different guidelines than the other Hyde Park areas south of Swann. We've shown you on the video and on the slides that the lots are irregularly shaped, and you have to also remember that these areas were designed for the workers that actually were servicing and the areas that were south of Swann. And I understand you. I was trying to pick a careful,
Good words.
a careful explanation. But these.
No, don't let Alan fit in and help you.
But typically domestic workers who didn't have to rely on transportation to get to their jobs and their employment south of Swann. So you have a distinct area that's developed in a very different manner, and we have been sensitive to that. We've shown you that there were two structures here before, and under the current code, we're proposing to renovate the one very sensitively and add another structure that is also sensitive. We've been found to be consistent by the Planning Commission. There are probably 30 or 40 different land use codes that we're being found consistent with. It says to promote the efficient and sustainable use of land. We've been found consistent with that, and the proposed development will preserve a shared 30-foot live oak and a 24-inch live oak, and adverse impacts are not anticipated in the surrounding neighborhood and cultural sources of Dobbieville by preserving the existing home and construction of a new home. That's encourage flexible land development, which reduces transportation needs. The proposed development is preserving trees and meeting the required green space. We are not asking for any green space waivers. We, by code, must meet all of the drainage requirements. There are no waivers that you can obtain for that. Promote and encourage the development where appropriate in location and character. And I'm reading from the staff report. The area surrounding the subject area is zoned RM12 and PD and developed with a mix of small lots and detached houses, single-family attached and multifamily. The development proposes to create two structures and builds a new single-family home, which is being found consistent. Promote more desirable living conditions. The smaller homes are more affordable and will provide additional housing as requested and is one of the objectives of the city. Promote the architectural features and standards. We still have to go through ARC, and we still have to meet all of their guidelines and all of their requirements. So those are not waivable issues. I'll be happy to answer any questions, and at this point, I'll surrender the two speakers.
Any questions? Councilmember Carlson.
Yeah, I want to ask the applicant a question. First of all, for disclosure, I spent years living 2 blocks away on the edge of Hyde Park in Dobbieville, and my kids grew up walking through this area every day, so I know it well. You've obviously done a lot of research on this, and I appreciate the sensitivity to all that. Have you met with the neighborhood associations, and what feedback did you get? If there's negative feedback, you'll have a chance for rebuttal later, but could you, before anybody else speaks, could you just tell us kind of what your response to that is?
We did, and they said they didn't like PDs, but Assad will show you them.
Neighbors are great. Both the major neighborhood associations really respect what they do. We took a conference room for 2 hours in Hyde Park, and we met with all of the major neighborhood leaders, Pat Cimino, Michael Pobat, et cetera. Initially, there were a list of concerns that they submitted, green space, a litany of items, and I can actually bring those up here. So inconsistency with city code was a concern. We were found consistent by staff. Historical guideline violations, we were found consistent by ARC. Lack of green space, we're actually providing more green space than what would be required. The parcel history and zoning, this was very important. I was able to show them all the documentation of how the original site configuration was. Impact on historic district, we find, and staff found, that this has.
And the ARC found.
And the ARC found of a positive impact. And then flooding, we're going to comply with all codes. Now, I know that's a very technical bullet point. Frankly, I asked the neighborhood, I said, what could we change to earn your support for the construction of a new residence? And I respect this position, but frankly, they said there's nothing we could change for them to give their support for us building a new residence. They preferred us to add on to the existing residence and just make one larger residence, which we feel is not in character with Dobyville. That is in character with the neighborhood south of Swann, and we're literally building a house where a home used to be. So I tried to convey that. There's a difference of opinion there in what the historic district expansion seeks to accomplish. I believe it seeks to accomplish maintaining the historic fabric and respecting it. I hope that helps, but if you have any further questions.
We also followed the ARC staff's guidelines and their direction on what it was appropriate for that area. And I don't want to speak for them directly, but our impression was that a very large home on this lot would be completely inconsistent with the Dobyville development pattern and what was previously there. So we're trying to be respectful of what was there and be consistent with what would normally be approved by the ARC. And as I said, we still have to go through that process.
Thank you very much, sir. Okay, we're going to open it up for public comment. If you are here and are going to speak on item number 5, please come up, and if you could line up against the wall so we can see. Has everybody been sworn in that's going to be speaking tonight? I saw 2 more people come in. All right, first speaker, come on up. Yes, ma'am. Do you have a speaker waiver form?
Yes, sir.
Okay, bring it up to the attorney, and then he will call the names out. And if you are here, once he calls your name, please raise your hand.
Pat Henderson?
Is Pat Henderson here? I see a hand, yes.
Thank you. Scott Henderson.
Pat and Scott Henderson are here. They raise their hands.
Thank you. And Patricia Somerville.
Yes, she is. Is she still here?
Do I see
PJ Somerville. Right there, yes.
Thank you. 3 additional minutes for a total of 6, please.
Yes, ma'am. Please state your name. Bless you.
Good evening, Council. My name is Jane Graham, attorney and founder of Sunshine City Law. I'm representing Historic Hyde Park Neighborhood Association tonight. We are respectfully requesting that you vote to deny this application for a PD. There is a time and place for PDs, but planned development is an inappropriate tool in this specific case. This is a backdoor way to get a lot split that doesn't meet lot size requirements, significantly decreases pervious surface and green space on the site from 86% to 45%, and erodes the intent to protect the historic integrity of Dobyville. This is a square peg in a round hole, and they've resorted to a PD, but it still doesn't fit. My client is dedicated to promoting and cultivating and preserving the historic and communal characteristics of the Hyde Park area. And why would they go to the trouble to hire a lawyer to speak to you tonight about a parcel of land that's just over 1/10 of an acre? The reason is because it's in Dobyville, and my client has been a huge advocate for the expansion of the Dobyville district and for the recent designation of the Dobie House as a landmark. And this property is just around the corner from it, a property dating from the 1950s. It's relevant and important to the future of this historic district. So this is where the Dobie House is, and this is this property right here. As a quasi-judicial hearing, the applicant has the burden to show that he has met all the required zoning criteria with competent substantial evidence. In this case, he cannot. Tonight, you'll hear testimony from experts in architecture and history, as well as layperson testimony and firsthand accounts of character of the area. The evidence shows that this application fails to meet the purpose of a PD. Specifically, it does not promote the sustainable use of land and impacts cultural resources. It does not maximize preservation of green space. It's not appropriate for the location and does not complement the surrounding community. It's not a unique use on another zoning district that cannot be accommodated. And in simple terms, it attempts to jam in another single-family home on a lot that is already smaller than the zoning district allows. The comprehensive plan prohibits planned developments from being used for the sole purpose of waiving established land development regulations. Here, the property is zoned RM12, which has minimum lot sizes, setback requirements, and lot size width. And I think it comes down to really looking at the numbers, because if you look at the site plan, first of all, for lot area, in RM12, the lot area needs to be 5,000. Now, currently, the total site is 4,967. If you look at the individual lots, they're 56% of it and 42% of it. So it's smaller than what's required. And so this is a lot split in sheep's clothing that doesn't meet current requirements. The setbacks are also far too small at 3 feet. And while there is, looking at the area, and you'll hear more from historic experts, they will look at what is actually required. So the dwelling unit size is also smaller. And then really interesting issue is pervious area, which I think is the most compelling issue here, where the pervious area is a huge reduction. Currently, it's 84% of the existing site versus 45% of the proposed site. Clearly, this is a very significant reduction. And this is the existing footprint side by side, which is the landscape plan versus the proposed footprint. And this is something that you haven't been presented before side by side to really see the difference of open space and what is there now versus what is proposed. This is not what PDs are for. They're not meant to protect. They are meant to protect and enhance green space. They're not meant to pave over every inch. Now, finally, you'll hear competent substantial evidence from members of the community about the Adobe-ville expansion and protections and importance to preserve it. And just because properties have been granted the opportunity to develop this area in a haphazard and non-conforming manner in the past, before this has been historically designated, that doesn't mean that now that the area is protected, that you don't need to take a closer look to ensure adequate protections for today and the future, and to educate our community about the past. And one last thing that I do want to highlight to you is that, as you've seen and you'll hear, the application does not comply with code requirements, and it must be denied on this. And to the extent you hear concerns about affordable housing and other opportunities for housing, that is a legislative issue that needs to be looked at as far as changes to lot splits or accessory units. And it should be dealt with legislatively. And here you are in a quasi-judicial capacity, and it simply cannot meet the code. We respectfully request denial. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
And I have copies of the presentation and also the Hyde Park Neighborhood Association
The attorney
bylaws.
will take it and we'll put it in the record.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Yes, sir. Please state your name.
Shall I begin?
Just a moment, he's got to read the names. Go ahead, Mr. Shelby.
My name is Roger Grun.
No,
If I
wait,
can.
wait, he's got to read the names.
Renee
Sorry.
Murray, thank you. Kelly McMillan, Bobby O'Brien. 3 minutes, a total of 6, please.
Okay, sir, please state your name and you'll have
Yes.
6.
My name is Roger Grunke. I reside at 2708 North Elmore Avenue, Tampa Heights. I'm a preservation architect, urban advocate, and building contractor. My architectural designs have been honored by both the Florida Trust for Historic Preservation and the Tampa Hillsborough Planning Commission, specifically for excellence in new construction within historic districts, urban infill. That's what this is about. The applicant's proposal does not conform to the City of Tampa's Ordinance 2002-230, that is the Hyde Park Design Guidelines, nor does it conform to the Secretary of the Interior standards for new construction in a historic district. The National Park Service states it is possible to add new construction within the boundaries of historic properties if site conditions allow, and if 1, the design, 2, density, and 3, placement of the new construction respects the overall character of the site. The Secretary of the Interior Standard number 9 also goes and says new construction needs to be built in a manner that protects the integrity of historic buildings and the property's settings. Evaluating through the lens of the neighborhood's period of historic significance, which is 1896 through 1933, this proposed project does not conform to the preservation standards. What was built after 1933 cannot be cited as neighborhood's historic character. We must go back to the beginning of the 20th century and stop at the beginning of the 1930s. The neighborhood's character was that of small, narrow, and usually one-story buildings that were notably without automobile infrastructure. That is, no driveways in the front, no parking in the front, no paved front yards, no garages in the front. Dobyville was the quintessential walk-to-work neighborhood because the economic conditions required it. Dobyville was built by wealthy white homeowners who lived south of Swann Avenue and to enable their African-American servants to walk to the grand homes, where it is unique to the city as a whole, and in particular to our social history, as it personifies the conditions that people of color endured during the Jim Crow era. Historic preservation is more than the preservation of architectural workmanship. It is the preservation of those buildings, streets, and open spaces that stand as reminders to our cultural past, both the good and the regrettable. We have a moral obligation here to put a stop to the erasing of Dobyville's significance. Granting the applicant's rezoning would only further diminish our collective history. A year ago, Council voted in favor of inclusion of this neighborhood into the Hyde Park Historic District. Now we look to you to support the content and the meaning behind your past vote. Please deny this application.
Thank you, sir. Patrick Chimino. Do you have a speaker waiver form?
No.
Okay.
You know, I only usually talk for 3 minutes, so I try to respect you all for time. Sorry about that. Well, I will get you the, oh, here it is. It's at the bottom. I don't know if this is visible.
If you could zoom out a little bit so we can get everything in the frame.
Zoom.
Yeah, it's the wheel at the top,
Okay, thank you. All right, perfect. I think that gets this whole slide. Can you see it better? Yep. Well, I'm Pat Chimino. I'm the chair of the Land Use Committee with Historic Hyde Park Neighborhood Association. I live at 604 South Oregon Avenue. And I'm to tell you our board is opposed to this rezoning. This parcel is a remnant of past reconfiguring, and they're wanting to put 2 independent units on it. It does not meet any current land use. The RM12 won't allow for 2 units. The lot split code won't allow for it. Even a familial ADU wouldn't qualify. We feel this is resorting to an inappropriate use of PD to squeeze in another unit and evade the codes of today. So 4 of you were here 2 years ago when we expanded the local historic district. This is just a map, and I want to thank you for that, because we took that very seriously, and it took us really almost 10 years. Bill might have still been living in the neighborhood when that was started, I don't know. We clearly articulated objectives for doing this. One was to protect the remaining contributing structures. Another was to abandon the erratic and haphazard land use practices. And unfortunately, particularly the second one, this proposal betrays that. That was a big intent of our expansion. There's also a disconnect from the ARC and staff recommendations. Just as you all have had to deal with sort of differences with the staff opinions in the garden club and the stormwater workshop, we feel very different than the ARC staff. We invested a lot of money, energy, time, etc. in this expansion, so we take it very seriously, and we don't feel like our goals are being respected in this. We also feel there's a disconnect from planning and development, and that's not just us. I'm sure other people do. We need more density. Tampa is fixated on this, and this project would decrease the annual housing need by 36,500 to 36,499. And Hyde Park, as Ms. Graham mentioned, really the issue of affordability is beyond the scope of this discussion. So the Preserve the Burg has found that historic districts are more dense and diverse in activities already. We don't need more of that. And finally, planning and development should focus more on things like what you all are doing, thank goodness, stormwater maintenance, because that's more important, and then work on practical solutions. So at any rate, we feel this proposal is inconsistent with the goals of our historic expansion that you all voted for. 4 of you anyway, I believe, who are here. So I hope you will oppose this rezoning.
Thank you, sir. All right, next speaker, come on up. Please state your name.
Tucker Turner?
My name is Barry Olicola.
Wait,
I'm
wait,
sorry.
we have
Is
to read
Mr.
the
Tucker
names off
Turner here?
I'm sorry.
Is Tucker Turner here?
Please raise your hand if that's the case. Could you tell me if Mr. Excuse me, sir. Could you tell me if Mr. Turner is in the room? Is Mr. Turner present?
I don't know Mr. Turner.
His name is on this list.
He stepped out, so.
Oh, he stepped out? Okay, thank you. Derek Friga, F-R-I-G-A, are you present? I don't see Mr. Friga. Do you know if Mr. Friga is present in the room?
I don't know.
Okay, 3 minutes, please.
Okay, sir, go ahead. Please state your name.
Okay, my name is Barry Olicola. I am the owner of the property adjoining the proposed rezoning, 1408 West Azeele. The applicant has approached me many months ago and engaged in a discussion explaining what his plans were. He's been very good about continuing to keep me apprised of what's going on and very respectful, I believe. Essentially, the contention point seems to be whether this property is in the historical context of the neighborhood. As a neighborhood resident who has lived there now 10 years and walk it regularly, I do find it's very consistent. I think he has made a very good case. Hyde Park is substantially different than Dobyville, even just a few blocks away. And I do find that his proposed residence, it does seem to be in keeping with the street. I think when it's completed, if it's completed, you wouldn't even notice it as any different than the houses on the street. So I do support his proposal, and I don't see any issues. As far as stormwater is concerned, we also constructed the home next door, and we did a very extensive study of the lots in question, and we found that we are at one of the highest points in Hyde Park, or North Hyde Park, and the stormwater essentially drains away from these properties, and we have never had an issue, even with the recent 2 hurricanes that we've had. So stormwater is not a concern to me, or the density. And that's essentially all I have to say. I hope you do support this rezoning. I find it in keeping with the character of the neighborhood, and thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. All right, next speaker. Yes, sir, please state your name.
My name is Chris.
What's your last name?
Valiente.
Go ahead, sir.
With a V. So I'm here to support the rezoning. I truly believe it's a great fit for the neighborhood. The project isn't just about new construction. It's about preserving and enhancing the character of the area, as we all can agree with. The existing home, as we saw, definitely needs attention. Given his beautiful presentation with the video, I think it's very clear that he's carefully thoughtful. From what we saw, the new home blends right in. Kind of brings back that charm from the 1910s. I couldn't tell the difference from the homes that are actually there and what he presented. Blends right in. As we know, Tampa is growing as well as its cost. This also gives opportunity for more people a chance to live it and enjoy this amazing part of Tampa. With all the great things that Hyde Park and Bayshore has to offer, the developer has worked closely with the city, as we saw, to make sure everything is done the right way, and I think that speaks volumes, given his presentation. So I hope you'll support this request. It's a positive step for the neighborhood, for Tampa. It's a great way to bring the past into the future, because I think it's that's what it's about. So. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. Next speaker, please. Yes, ma'am. Please state your name.
Andrea Waters, 1 extra minute, please, for
Yes, ma'am. Please state your name. Go ahead.
Arissa Canella, and I live at 502 South Fremont Avenue. The other speakers tonight have already discussed or will be discussing problems with flooding, density, etc., so I'm not going to use my time to talk about those. It appears Mr. Sheikh has attempted to gather support for his project by posting on social media and sending emails to request people's support, seemingly with a blatant disregard as to whether they actually live in or near the community directly affected by his proposed project at 402 South Oregon Avenue. Here's a picture of the email for reference. As his email clearly states, quote, please avoid mentioning where you live if it's not near South Tampa or within a 10-minute drive from downtown Tampa. Now, it's important to note that the large South Tampa community, approximately 35,000 people, and even those individuals who live within 10 minutes of downtown, which would include people living miles away from the parcel, are not the people who would be directly impacted by this rezoning. The people who sit behind me here today, and others in our Hyde Park community that were not able to make it in person, the people in this community that are imploring you to vote in opposition. He also outlined in his email suggesting talking points he believes support his project. In the interest of time, I'm going to discuss only a few of the points mentioned. He stated, quote, by introducing diverse housing options in this way, we allow more people to enjoy all that Tampa has to offer, particularly the amenities of Hyde Park Village and Bayshore Boulevard. At the ARC meeting on February 10th for this parcel, the ARC members who supported the project also mentioned it would bring more housing to the area, even going so far as to say it would bring affordable housing. Mr. Sheikh attempts to get you all to approve his project under the guise that he cares about our community and historic preservation of Hyde Park. Unfortunately, it appears that this is simply not true. Let's look at an example of Mr. Shake's work on other homes on South Oregon. In 2020, his family or someone associated with him bought a shotgun home similar to the parcel that is the subject of this hearing, in which Mr. Shake was the applicant to rezone that home and was involved in the redevelopment. That home was located at 426 South Oregon on the same street as our parcel. A quick search shows the owner of the parcel. What appeared to be Mr. Shake's goal for that shotgun home, to turn around and sell it for upwards of $2 million. Here's a screenshot from his LinkedIn, where he explicitly stated he was developing that lot and expected a value on completion of over $2 million. Mr. Shake's attempt to rezone our subject parcel at 402 appears to be nothing more than an attempt for him to maximize his profits on that property by putting 2 homes on 1 piece of land, in violation of the goals of the Tampa Comprehensive Plan and the historic designation of the structure. He also stated in his email, quote, "The project not only respects but revitalizes our historical architecture by thoroughly renovating and expanding the existing structure to meet today's needs." Now, these are before and after pictures of the other property he got rezoned and developed on South Oregon. As you can see, there was a shotgun home. That home was torn down, and an oversized modern home was squeezed onto the lot. Mr. Shake or Mr. Michelini may come up here during the rebuttal and say that what Mr. Shake helped do to the other shotgun on South Oregon is not the same as his current proposal, but the intent is still the same across the projects, to take actions that are not consistent with the historic preservation of our neighborhood, the Tampa Comprehensive Plan, and the historic status our subject parcels owed. The intent is to squeeze another structure on a small historical piece of land in our community to maximize profit. Allowing another structure to be built sets a dangerous precedent that has turned into a slippery slope by allowing and further inviting other developers to come into our neighborhood in their attempt to revitalize our community. If Mr. Shake's goal is to thoroughly renovate properties, as he put it, and expand structures to meet today's needs, he can easily do so in another non-historical area of town and on land that does not already have a home built on it. My final words to the council will be this: I am not speaking just for myself. We, the people standing and sitting behind me who live in the area that I'm sure you've seen many times before tonight, who come out to vehemently express their opposition, and the countless others that couldn't be here tonight, we implore you to vote in accordance with the law, the facts, and consider the negative impact this project will have on our community. We implore you to vote to oppose this rezoning. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, ma'am. Next speaker.
More what? Okay, thanks. No. Get your own.
Are you ready?
Yes. Yeah, the speaker waiver.
I'm sorry, did you say you were waiting, or you
No,
want me to
he's
go?
going to read the speaker waiver for him.
Oh, okay, I can wait.
Thank you. 2 additional minutes, please. Total of 5.
Yes, ma'am, please state your name. Go ahead.
My name is Pam Canella. I live at 604 South Orleans. 402 South Oregon is located in Dobyville, in our historic Hyde Park district. This applicant would like you to believe that this application to rezone to PD to allow another home on this lot is justified and consistent with Chapter 27, Section 27-113A2J. But it is not consistent. His proposal has no significant historical value. It is the existing home on 402 South Oregon that has contributing status and protected under the National and Local Historic Preservation Register. The home is historically significant. The home contributes to the overall character of the historic homes in Dobyville. This proposal does not preserve the historical integrity of the neighborhood, but results in a loss of the area's unique architectural character that's tied to the older home, impacting the neighborhood's overall appeal. This proposal has nothing to do with historic preservation, but only his want to maximize his profits. But his wants do not justify this rezoning to PD. This applicant is proposing to do exactly what all the other developers have done before the historic boundary expansion amendment. For decades, Dopeyville went through zoning changes, split lots, variance, claiming hardship, and the demolition of our historic homes from neglect. The end result is a neighborhood of mismatched dwellings, lots with 3 and 4 homes on non-conforming lots. But they do not set a precedence. Under the present historic preservation laws, the goals are to protect the integrity and character of the neighborhood, rehabilitate and preserve the remaining historic homes of Dopeyville, and protect the quality of life for the residents. Integrity, neighborhood integrity, means everything that affects the quality of life of the neighborhood and its residents, not just the outer character of the dwelling, but all the elements that make the neighborhood work or not. Neighborhoods are struggling from overdevelopment. The residents are impacted daily. The Tampa Comprehensive Plan under urban villages clearly states Hyde Park should only have modest density, and the plan doesn't call for a lot of growth and change. Hyde Park Historic District is a historic residential neighborhood, and the laws provide for protection of this neighborhood. The Florida Statute 163.3177 and the Tampa Comprehensive Plan, Infrastructure Goal 1 states, provide adequate public infrastructure to support new growth, but maintain existing development. But our infrastructure is failing. It cannot support existing neighborhoods. Water and sewer pipes are collapsing. Roads and sidewalks crumbling. Potholes and cave-ins. Stormwater drainage system has failed us. Stormwater runoff from 402 South Oregon and surrounding area flows south to DeLeon. That's why it doesn't flood up there, because it comes to us. And floods DeLeon and the homes. This applicant's proposal adds more concrete, less green space, and more flooding. And it's inconsistent with CM Policy 12.2, which we know Hyde Park floods. And our area is so dense, evacuation would be difficult. Not enough shelters to support them all in the neighborhood. I happen to know that because I went to one and they turned me around. There is no street parking available on South Oregon for residents. 4 parking spaces are required on this small, non-conforming, illegal lot for 2 homes, which only one's supposed to be there. Applicant has attempted to squeeze them in on site plan, but no parking for guests. Staff told me that parking issues are a code enforcement problem. Not true. This becomes a neighborhood problem where the residents, the victims. Traffic on Swann, traffic in the neighborhoods, make it unsafe for everyone. It is difficult to leave or enter the neighborhood. These impacts affect neighborhood integrity and inconsistent with Land Use Policy 19.1. Anyway, I got them all in your thing. You can look them up.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Yes, ma'am, thank you.
Good evening.
Hello, please
This
state
is
your
going to be
name.
brief. I have no speech. My name is Brooke Gaston. I live at 3008 West Gray Street. I also have property at 1000 West Horatio. It's about 2 blocks from the proposed development. I'm just here to support what the developer is doing. We actually my husband and I tried to purchase 423 South Orleans a couple of years ago. If you didn't know, it's the tiniest house in Tampa. If you haven't been in Dopeyville, that area is so unique, has so much charm. I wish that there was a developer coming to Armory Gardens and doing what this developer is doing, because every time I turn a corner, there's a beautiful mid-century modern house being knocked down for some giant monstrosity. So I have a lot of respect for what he's doing. I think the character, the detail of the design fits right in with the neighborhood. You know, of course, there's understanding and not wanting that development and something new coming to the neighborhood, but personally, I wish the same thing was happening near me, so just wanted to show my support.
Thank you very much. Next speaker. Hello, please state your name.
Hello, my name is Nerman Collins. Good evening. I do have a speech prepared, but I will keep it brief. I do want to thank you for allowing me to speak today. I do want to advocate on behalf of this development project at 402 South Oregon. I do believe this, despite the initial reservations, that it's been meticulously planned to respect and honor our city's history while fostering the growth and development progress. Cornerstones of the project are keeping the two majestic oak trees on the lot. Not only that, but the home that was there was, like we mentioned, previously built in 1913, and there was home on that property previously. This project has also been endorsed by the majority of the neighboring property owners, who stand to be the most directly affected. They have recognized the thought and the care that has gone into the planning of this project and the potential benefits it could bring to our community. Moreover, our city's very own staff, the Planning Commission, Natural Resources, Transportation, as mentioned before, and the Historic Preservation Departments have found this project to be consistent with the city's long-term visions and goals. These are professionals who have dedicated their careers to ensuring the city's development is in line with the environmental sustainability, the historic preservation, and transportation efficiency. The ARC Commission, comprised of experts in this field, voted 4-1 in favor of the rezoning of 402 South Oregon as well. This is a testament of the project's alignment with the city's architectural landscape and zoning requirements. In essence, we're not asking to demolish any or change history at all, but building upon it. We are not uprooting anything, but growing around them. Our development of the project is a symbol of our respect for the past and our commitment to the future. It is a project that represents harmony between growth and preservation. I implore you to consider the widespread support of this project that it has garnered, the careful planning that's gone into it, and the potential it has to enhance our city while preserving its rich history. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you very much. Next speaker. Yes, ma'am. Please state your name.
Good evening. My name is Maria Benassi. And I'm here today because I'm a proud member of the South Tampa community. I'm here today because I believe that this project will revitalize a historic property while preserving the charm and character that makes Hyde Park so special. This development is not about replacing history. It's about restoring it and enhancing it. The thoughtful renovation and expansion of the existing home will maintain its historic integrity while adapting to a modern living standard that a proud homeowner can enjoy. Furthermore, the plan to build a new home on this lot is a respectful nod to the neighborhood's past. A home once stood on this very spot for over a century. This project ensures that the space will once again contribute to the fabric of Hyde Park, mirroring the historic aesthetic that defines this area. Projects like this create opportunities for more people to experience the unique character of Hyde Park and enjoy its incredible amenities. From Hyde Park Village to Bayshore Boulevard, by offering diverse housing options that blend seamlessly into the neighborhood, we encourage responsible growth that strengthens our community. It's also important to recognize that this project has gone through the appropriate channels and has received the necessary approvals from the city staff as well as many of the neighbors. This reflects Mr. Sheikh's commitment to following the city planning guidelines, but also working collaboratively with the neighborhood and with the community around him. I appreciate the opportunity to speak in support of this project, and I urge you all to consider the positive impact it will have on both the neighborhood and Greater Tampa. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, yes, please say your name.
Hi, my name is Rosa Tawil. I'm a real estate attorney. I live on Bayshore. I've previously lived on Roland Street near Dale, Melburne, and Kennedy. I used to work at 701 West Azeele, which has been in the historic district since before the expansion. I will say that on that street, those are all historic commercial buildings now, which once were homes. There's Wilson Middle School, which is just down the street. Those could have all served as family homes had they been able to be updated, repaired properly, and construction being done to them, which all has been denied. So they've been turned into commercial. That's a disservice to the South Tampa community in whole. That's a disservice to the housing needs of the South Tampa community. That middle school could be served better by having families that can walk to and from the school. I think that when we look at the historic community and what they seek to do, I think that there are channels that those needs can be met, such as what this proposal has brought. I also heard a few talking points that I'd like to speak on. Like I said, I'm a real estate attorney. My current office is on Armenia, so I'm a South Tampa person. And I'd like to say that a lot of the negative impacts that have been mentioned are impacts such as putting pavement, which, as we know, South Tampa is in need of more parking. They also mention in the same, fold that there is not sufficient parking. They want to maintain the only negative impact that has been mentioned that hasn't been constructively approached by Ms. Malone and other city staff is that they want to maintain the Jim Crow era of not having parking lots. I mean, they're talking about protecting the historic building and property setting from 1896 to 1933. There was a home on that lot in 1913. They're talking about the design, the density, and the overall character. Ms. Malone mentioned that the average density right now is 20. This would only be 17.5. So it is beneath what the density necessitates. Again, I think that there are a lot of negative impacts that we've seen in in the historic district overall, because they're not allowing those repairs. Something that I work with a lot on a pro bono basis in real estate is that a lot of people are having landlord-tenant issues. There's a lot of tenants that are not able to have the necessities because these homes require a lot of repair and a lot of maintenance, and new builds just support those needs better. You can't have these places rented out because people can't meet the living standards, so they just get turned commercial. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, ma'am, please state your name. Next speaker.
Thank you. My name is Amina. For all the aforementioned reasons,
What's your last name?
My name is Amina Spahich. I am a 20-plus year resident of Tampa, and for all the aforementioned reasons, I am here in support of the proposal tonight. The only thing I think I can add is that being an advocate in this community, I can say that we need conscious development, and I don't think that someone who has gotten community input, obviously an excellent community organizer, and done the work to be respectful of the aesthetics and the history of the neighborhood should be denied the opportunity to do something with the land. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, sir, come on up, please state your name.
Hello, my name is Shavir Hashmi, and after, I guess, reviewing all the information that everyone has shared, I'm in support of the development. If it has been approved by the ARC and it does meet future land use and it's aesthetically pleasing, right? It does appeal to all the codes for the area. It does fix the need of housing, and density is one way to do that. So it preserves the structure, which everyone keeps talking about preservation. So it does preserve the original structure and adding beauty to it that will just support the look of the neighborhood, while adding a creative structure where it still keeps the front was small, so it keeps the front more engaging, and the size in the back. So yeah, I do support this development, and hope it gets approved. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, sir, next speaker, please state your name.
My name is Shandon Kaya. I'm here in support of this project. I have been in real estate. I'm a real estate agent, have been in it for 4.5 years. I have studied and followed these developers, and typically, more times than not, you would see a property like this be torn down and a luxury new construction, which seems to be the motif in the Tampa Bay area, especially in South Tampa, would be what is constructed. But I feel this developer has found a creative way to both conform to the neighboring historic properties and provide attainable and affordable, if you would, housing compared to the much larger properties that we're seeing be developed in the area. As mentioned earlier, the smaller properties do tend to be more affordable than, luxury new construction. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, yes, sir.
My name is Mej Balul. I am in support of this movement, and I guess stage fright. Sorry, but I believe with everything that's been said earlier, if he plans on staying consistent with everything that's planned and builds it the way he says he's gonna do it, I don't see a problem with anything going through, which is why I'm in support. I don't know, I believe I heard that when he went to go speak with the association, they said that they wanted him to build one bigger unit, which seems pretty contradicting. But yeah, that's all I have to say. I'm in support, and I hope you guys agree.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, yes, sir. Come on up. Please state your name.
Hello, good evening. I'm Shahid Kadir, and I just wanted to voice my support of this development. So this project not only respects but revitalizes our historical architecture, and I think it's important to recognize that. I don't want to speak to the details on how it does it because Mr. Sheikh gave us a very, very comprehensive presentation about it, so I would just like to voice my support. In addition, I would like to highlight the extent to which he is emphasizing to maintain the historical architecture. I think that's very important, especially if you drive around the local roads in the area, you will see sometimes a historical house and right next to it a very modern, rectangular, square-looking house, and they don't quite go together. So in this case, we are obviously not doing that, and I think it's very important to recognize that. The third thing is, I don't think there should necessarily be any opposition to more diverse housing in the area, especially when we are seeing such extensive evidence that care has been done in meeting the neighbors, the neighborhood associations, discussing with various organizations. A lot of groundwork, a lot of dedication has been put into this, and I think that is something you should respect in terms of a developer, because I don't feel like a lot of times that is done. So I applaud Mr. Sheikh for doing that, certainly. And lastly, I would like to ask the City Council to please support this movement. I think it is substantially a very good one. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, sir. Next speaker.
Good evening, City Council. My name is Dr. Michael Pobat, and I live in the Spanish Town Creek area, and I'm also the president of the Hyde Park Spanish Town Creek Civic Association, composed of a group of very passionate residents focused on the character of our neighborhood. The home located at 402 South Oregon Avenue is located within the Hyde Park Spanish Town Creek boundaries. The Hyde Park Spanish Town Creek Board opposes the rezoning request of the 402-404 Oregon Avenue for the following reasons. Inconsistent with City Code. The proposal violates City Code 2711 by attempting to split the parcel in an unreasonable manner. Historic guidelines violation. The proposal disregards local historic district guidelines by eliminating all setbacks except the front, which is not in keeping with the area's character. Lack of green space. The project fails to incorporate sufficient green space as noted by the Natural Resources Department and does not meet the minimum requirements for setbacks or green space preservation. Parcel history and zoning. The parcel at 402 South Oregon is a consolidated lot from 402 and 404, originally split to create 1408 West Azeele. If the original lots were intact, they would allow for only 2 units. But the current configuration is too small to support an additional dwelling. The proposed changes do not restore the historical configuration of these lots. Impact on historic district. The area, part of Dobyville Historic District, must comply with modern city codes and design guidelines, which this proposal fails to do. The development is seen as an attempt to bypass current standards and compromise the integrity of the historic district. Flooding concerns. The proposed changes, particularly splitting the parcel further, would create the smallest lot in the area, increasing vulnerability of flooding. The Hyde Park Spanish Town Creek Board requests that you deny the rezoning request as it undermines established zoning laws, historic preservation and guidelines, and environmental considerations. Thank you, Council, for the privilege of your time.
Thank you very much, sir. Next speaker, come on up. Please state your name.
Good evening, Mr. Chair, Council, Josh Baumgartner, 406 South Oregon. Come before you in support of the applicant and the project, a project that I believe enhances the community, revitalizes that site, while also enhancing the site as well. I think we can all agree that housing on all fronts is needed now more than ever. This project does that while staying consistent with the multi- and single-family homes and residences on Oregon. Per the plans that I've seen today and the recommendations from staff, this seems consistent with staff's recommendation and previous boards and commissions. So as the neighbor directly adjacent and most impacted, I fully support this and hope you will support it as well. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yes, sir. Please come on up and state your name.
Good afternoon. My name is Adam Sheikh. I wanted to speak in favor of this strong project. Now, members of City Council, I want to thank you for taking the time for letting me speak here today. And I'm actually going to step off here to the side for just a moment.
Wait, we need you there because of the microphone.
I'm going to lean slightly to the side and let you take a look at this entire room. Now, by far, I am the youngest person in this room, and I represent a diverse.
He's 21.
Well,
He's
you too. You too. Now.
What are you trying to say?
I'm sorry. I do apologize. I do apologize. Now, I would just briefly like to explain why I said that. I offer a diverse perspective. I offer a perspective that hasn't been brought here before this council today. I'm the youth, alongside yourself and yourself. Now, and I would like to say that I am in support of this project. And I would like to remind this council of their vision, which I found on your website earlier this morning. The City of Tampa's vision is to be recognized as a diverse and progressive city, celebrated as the most desirable place to live, learn, work, and play. Now, I want to highlight that in order to embody the part of the vision statement that mentions being recognized as progressive, we have to look past social. This does contribute to economic, but I'm talking about real estate. This is a progress in real estate. And we need to be mindful that further developments are only going to further Tampa and further Tampa's growth. Now, additionally, I also want to say that City Council serves the citizens by advocating for projects and policies that will promote economic development. And this does just that. By allowing for these new projects, these strong projects to continue, to elevate Tampa as a whole, furthering our economic goals as a city, we need to allow these to continue. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Yes, sir. Come on up. Please state your name.
Good evening, all. My name is Hassam Halabi. I'm speaking in favor of the proposal. Before I begin, I just wanted to briefly, I'll try to keep it brief because it is late. And I said this is my first time in this office or this room for a tie, but I think since after 5 p.m. I'm going to pass. I will briefly want to remark that I have no tie to item 1. I did thoroughly enjoy Madam Henderson's comments on the matter. But speaking on the topic, frankly, I was a little bit appalled by what the opposition said. I heard talks about moral standards and relegating and, integrity. I would caution against keeping our moral code in the pre-1930s era. Perhaps that's why they spent the majority of their proposal attacking the developer, not the development itself. But I do share a lot of the sentiments and their fears with both the council and the opposition, and that I am wary of aggressive and, these out-of-state projects, just building glass and stucco, haphazardly placing them. This is not that. This is a tasteful project. It's clear to everybody here that the developer has done more than enough of due diligence, his homework, etc. And I would strongly advise, or rather strongly implore, for you to support the matter. I think it's tasteful. I think it would be a benefit to the city of Tampa. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Councilman Vieira, are you back with us? There he is. All right.
Yes, I am.
Next speaker, please come on up and state your name.
Hello, I'm Dr. Adam El-Badawi. I'm a local resident residing at 1919 West Kathleen Avenue. Basically, I appreciate the opportunity to speak today in support of a project that reflects a careful balance between honoring the neighborhood's past and ensuring its continued vitality for the future. This is not just about development, it's about stewardship. It's about making sure that changes within our community are thoughtful, intentional, and respectful of the architectural character that makes this area so unique. Preserving the integrity of our historic neighborhoods requires both care and vision. This project embraces that responsibility by ensuring that any updates to the existing home enhance its place within the community while maintaining its historic charm. At the same time, the addition of a new home is designed to feel like a natural extension of the neighborhood rather than an imposition. History and progress don't have to be at odds, and this project demonstrates how they can work together. Beyond aesthetics, responsible growth strengthens our community in ways that benefit both current and future residents. It's a beautiful neighborhood and a desirable city. Projects like this ensure that more people have the opportunity to be part of it. When development is done with care, respecting both the physical landscape and the history it represents, it only adds to the character of the place. I encourage you to support this project not just as a practical decision, but as a commitment to thoughtful, historically mindful growth. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Yes, sir. Come on up. Please state your name. Sir, at the end of the line, will you be the last speaker? Is there anybody else that's going to be getting up to speak?
Someone who went to the restroom.
Okay, we'll hold her spot. So the gentleman in the black shirt that just got up will be the last speaker. Yes, sir. Go ahead, please.
Good evening, Council. My name is James Lascara. I live nearby in the North Hyde Park area. I support the project. What a great video. Thank you, Mr. Scheich. How informative and it's credible the preparation that he's put into this. The words that came to mind watching the video was, this development is sensitive, thoughtful, and considerate. He clearly sought input from the neighbors in preparing to come before council. I heard lack of green space as a complaint. He's complying. I heard also that he's complying with more than the required green space with his plan. And then something I heard a lot tonight was we need to hear from the experts. The city staff did weigh in, and I heard their testimony. They are the experts, and they found this consistent across the board. So I'm also excited to hear that they found it consistent, and I really support the project.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Come on up. Please state your name.
Hello, I'm Tara Nealon at 1405 West Azeele. I was at the meeting in December that the ARC required the applicant to have with the neighborhood associations. Just as I was then, I stand before you today opposed to the rezoning of 402 South Oregon Avenue from RM12 to PD, as it contradicts the character and principles of our historic neighborhood. I live in Hyde Park. Specifically, I lived in HHPNA since January 2009, and now I live and own a home in Spanish Town Creek since April 2020. I love our neighborhood. I'm proud of the neighborhood associations and all those that aided in the expansion to the local historic district to include parts of Spanish Town Creek and in turn parts of Dobyville. This property is in the local historic district and can evolve under RM12, and it should be held to RM12. I live 40 steps from the driveway of 402 South Oregon Avenue. 40 steps. As you may recall on a recent agenda item before you, and in the news earlier this week, my home, 1405 West Azeele, is designated a local historic landmark, and it's also across the street from two contributing structures. The application to rezone the property from RM12 to PD undermines the values and the purpose of the local historic district and the code assigned to the property. The application to rezone the property aims to skirt rules and codes and promotes erratic land use. Stopping erratic land use was one of the several key reasons that motivated the inclusion of my neighborhood into the local historic district. In summary, 4 key points. 1, allowing the parcel to be rezoned opens the door for uncontrolled use of land. 2, the applicant included several examples in their application claiming to bolster their case. I hope the council recognizes that, quote, eclectic development patterns of the neighborhood and, quote, similar developments listed were built prior to the area being designated in the local historic district. The applicant claims the plan for 2 homes honors Dobyville's history. It does not. Plans to reconstruct the geographic footprint of Dobyville is impractical given modern development. The local historic district prioritizes safeguarding the authenticity of homes that still exist. The local historic district helps to honor the stories of the families who once lived there, highlighting the cultural and historical context of Dobyville's evolution. And number 4, the home sits in a residential part of the neighborhood, firmly in the local historic district, 40 steps from what is now a local historic landmark. I beg of you to help us. It's important to protect the spaces and preserve the integrity of our historic neighborhood. I implore you to deny the rezoning request.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next speaker, please state your name.
Hi, Humera Afzal, and I am here in support of the project. I support it for many of the same reasons that other people have already spoken on. So I'm going to spend my time addressing some of the issues raised by some of the opponents in their emails and comments. I came here and spending my 3 hours of my evening here tonight because I'm very frustrated to see continuous opposition to infill projects in areas where a person can easily get by with 1 or no cars. Lots of complaints about parking. Take this number, 813-274-8523. That is the parking division. Call them. If there's parking violations, they will come out and take care of it. In particular, Hyde Park gets a lot of special attention regarding parking. Call parking division. If it's illegally parked, they'll come and take care of it. Public transportation. Just encouraging people that if you drive or if you park, you are part of the parking traffic problem. There is a bus stop a short walk away at Platte and Delaware. It is a 16-minute bus ride from that location to City Council. Use the bike infrastructure on nearby Cleveland. The city did a very nice quick build project. The area is also close to some very bikeable neighborhoods. It is an 11-minute bike ride from that location to here. That is only 1 minute longer than it took me to bike here. Walking. That location, that would add density in an area that is appealing because it is so walkable. It is literally a 5-minute walk to Hyde Park Village. These are the kinds of neighborhoods where we need more density. Short-term rentals. There are a lot of complaints about short-term rentals in the emails. I understand. I have a full-time Airbnb across the street from me. I have one next door to me. But I would encourage the people who are bothered by that to take their concern up with the Florida legislature. The city cannot restrict short-term rentals because of a preemption passed by the Florida government. So if people are not happy about the short-term rentals in their neighborhood, I would encourage them to contact their representatives. So for that area, that neighborhood, for the Florida House, that would be Karen Gonzalez Pittman. 813-202-3345. Florida Senate, Jay Collins, 813-281-2538. Those concerns need to be directed not against this development. They need to be directed to people who can actually change that. I commend Mr. Sheikh for his thoughtfully designed infill project, and I very strongly encourage you to approve it.
Thank you very much. Yes, ma'am. Come on up. Please state your name.
Hello. Well, good evening, City Council. Tatiana Morales, EMB Tampa, chapter lead. And actually someone that lives at 111 South Newport, that lives right around the corner. And I get to say, yes, I want this project in my backyard. That is so rare I get to say that. But the reason why is because when we look at infill development, we look at these lots that have this old little home that the owner themselves sold because they wanted this to be the future. I actually went yesterday and today to that lot to see how bad was parking, because I live in that area, and I was thinking, oh, I bike around here all the time. I actually took my car, sat there, and watched as most of the cars on the townhomes across the street parked behind in the parking lot behind that building. And actually the street was mostly empty because on that little corner, no one goes there because it's the expressway and them getting out. So parking isn't really a problem. And if people actually want to, walk more than a second, Cleveland Street on that same bikeway that I took to get here today, they added a ton of parking that is always available. I also really want to talk about NIMBYism. And when neighbors come out protecting their multi-million-dollar houses and defending neighborhoods that are black neighborhoods when none of them here are black, there's something really ironic about that. There's something really just that gets to my bones about that. And the reason that we have single-family zoning is so correlated with these not diverse neighborhoods, because let me tell you, I live in this neighborhood. If we're going to pretend that Hyde Park's diverse, man, the only diversity I see in Hyde Park is people's dogs. I truly cannot go with the idea. I live in this neighborhood. I love the neighborhood. I want to live it more, but there's no one that looks like me. And that happens when we let these houses become mansions, so people can pay $2 million, and so neighbors here can just, reap the benefits of maybe they'll sell out for $2 million in one day. But the problem is, we have a future. When we talk about those people coming in and we talk about these little infill projects, yeah, it's one project, it's one home, but that home will home a family. Maybe they'll get to be the family that figures out what happens on that goody-goody corner, and they get to establish themselves for the future. What happens to your kids when they're looking for opportunities in this neighborhood? And also, when we talk about flooding, I live right down the street. Flooding is a much further south problem. Like, it is, a lot of the concerns, I get it. I love a neighborhood. I want it to be better. But this is a small infill home. This is an addition of a small infill home, making sure that this is a beautiful thing that we can improve. And I also want to talk about single-family zoning and why sometimes we come back to it. But single-family zoning has explicitly racist roots. Read our own equity and discrimination plan. Read books like The Color of Law that talk about when neighborhoods were meant to be segregated and meant to be single-family, they were kept white. It was intentional. And when neighbors come out spending lawyers saying, oh, well, whatever, like, I wish those neighbors would spend all this money and all this energy they have to be able to come here to actually say, hey, what if I found a lot and we try to pitch in for affordable housing in this community? But I feel like neighbors are way too more concerned about chirping and fighting with their other neighbors that are just looking for an opportunity. The last thing I want to say is that I think it's really important that when we decide what's happening with land use, we are talking about the future. Right now, this is a corner that has been overgrown. The developer's done a great job of taking care of it, and I think it's better to support this project and ignore some neighbors that I know have some illegal ADUs in their backyard. So, have a good one.
Thank you very much. All right. Yes, sir, please say your name.
Shabazz Khan, but I go by Shabby, like not too shabby. Thank you so much, City Council. I'll just be very quick. It's a hard act to follow. Personally, I'm in favor of this development. I think the developer's done a fantastic job researching it, as well as looking at all the historical roots, making sure to respect it, as well as respect the neighborhood. I think the addition of new home will provide tremendous opportunity for anyone that wants to come in to move this great city of Tampa, and as well as Hyde Park and Bayshore Boulevard. As I'll just be frank and say it, there's a movie by the name of Field of Dreams. If you build it, they will come. I want those to come with great innovation, great minds, and also fabulous hearts. And why not here in the great city of Tampa? That's all I have to say. Thank you so much.
Not too shabby. Next speaker. Please state your name.
Evening, Council. My name is Tobin Green. I live at 400 South Orleans, just one block to the east of the project that they're talking about, or the property we're talking about. Yeah, I live in Dobyville. My wife and I have lived here for almost a decade now, and in addition to being residents, I'm also an active community member with the Hyde Park Spanish Town Creek Civic Association, where I'm a committee chair for land use and urban development. In addition to that, my wife and I have come to love the neighborhood so much that we've taken personal risks and invested heavily in the community ourselves. We recently finished a 2-unit urban townhome project on our block, and by the end of this year, we'll be submitting for another single-family home project. So yeah, we're very vested in our community, our neighborhood, on our block, physically, financially, and emotionally. I've built here with my bare hands, and I literally bleed for my block. I'm not against new development, not at all, quite the opposite. But unfortunately, the development we're talking about here is misguided at best. I've indeed heard a lot of interesting perspectives on both sides tonight, most of which I respect. Unfortunately, the most heartfelt agreements seem to have been based on the neighborhood's history. Beautiful thing about history is how it teaches us and how we can learn from its past. I don't know about any of you guys or anyone else in this room, but I actually had the incredible opportunity to sit with who I believe was one of, if not indeed the last matriarch still living in Dobyville, Miss Azeele Brown. She was a living, breathing part of its history. Taking a step back, I wanted to live in Hyde Park since I was a kid. I've got a lot to say. I'm going to skip some of this part so I can get it all in. I can tell you, though, that when I did get the opportunity to buy here a decade ago, I admittedly knew nothing about Dobyville, knew nothing about it whatsoever. But it was my time with Miss Azeele Brown herself, who I had, the pleasure of sitting on her front porch with her at least a half dozen times. It was her that taught me about the history here, and she thanked us for being here and welcomed us to the neighborhood, saying seriously that after seeing the city turn its back on that part of the neighborhood for so long, we were welcomed here, and it really meant the world to me. I've had the great pleasure of speaking with Mr. Doby, Richard Doby's, I believe it was great-granddaughter. And one of the most telling things I heard her say with I think it was maybe her cousin that was with them, was that the best thing that we could do in this neighborhood to honor Richard Doby and the people that lived here before was to build it back better than it was in the past. You think about that we don't want to build faux versions of what used to be here. If you think about that, Dobyville wasn't full of microlots and tiny homes because that's what the residents asked for. It's because that was afforded to this part of the town thanks to systemic racism. So if we want to honor the history of the neighborhood and the people who resided here in the past, then we indeed need to talk about building it back better than it ever was before and not make the same socially misguided mistakes that were made decades ago. With that, I respectfully ask you to deny this request. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That concludes our public comment. At this time, we have rebuttal. But before, Mr. Avila, I have a question for you. So we voted, when was it? Just over 2 years ago to expand the boundaries or establish the boundaries of the historic district. It was shown in one of the packets, one of the speakers, this gentleman built a house circa 2020, I think it said, and it's a very modern home. Can a home like that be built today now that you have the historic guidelines that we approved?
The short answer is no. Ron Vila with Historic Preservation. This is the Sanborn map from 1929. I just wanted to illustrate here, the hatched-in area shows the expansion area that was done in 2023. So anything after 2023 would have to go in front of the Architecture Review Commission and receive approval and be consistent with our criteria.
And the ARC already looked at this existing design, the renderings that he showed, and that's what the ARC approved?
At the time that the ARC looks at it, their charge was Chapter 27, 113, their duties and powers. This is what they took into consideration when they looked at the presentation. With regards to the application for rezoning, changes to land use classification, comprehensive plan amendments, to review and recommend reasonable land use changes to the extent necessary to preserve the historic. This is the same material. This is the same material that I showed the ARC that I'm going to show you this evening. This is just the general overhead of the subject site. You see the proximity to the crosstown, and you see some of the density across the street and the fabric that's located within that block. This is the historic district of Hyde Park is illustrated in the red to show that it is within the boundaries. It's on the northwest corner now. This is the contributing structure that's on the site now, dates back to 1930 within the period of significance. So this is contributing, as I stated. This is a side shot, and this shows the current structure with what is proposed to be the infill at this portion here. And I'm going to show you the Sanborn map in a minute that shows that there was a house here in the early 1900s. Then this was built in the 20s, and then this one was knocked down in the 90s sometime. So there were two homes that existed at this particular site. This is continuing down the block to the south, just some of the inventory that's out there. Some period homes that were added onto, and then new construction as part of the infill. This infill construction will not be consistent with our criteria today. You see the parking in the front, which is prohibited by our standards. Going back to the 1929 Sanborn map, I wanted to zoom in here. This is Hyde Park. You see the density here, how the structures are spaced apart, and then when you look in Dobyville, you look at the concentration, how they're together. Zooming in on that area. I think it's important to focus on this particular block here. If you look at the corner parcels, they all face, the orientation is one way for the houses on each block, and then you see the corner parcels that they're integrated with additional structures. These are dwellings. The D is dwelling. These are single-family structures that are in a different orientation. So these corner parcels do not have alley access, and these have a substandard depth to the lots. This is in 1929. Once again, if you look at the front yard, they all line up pretty much in tandem. This is the documentation that we use to provide guidance to the applicants as they come in. Look at the separation from the structures to each structure, and then look outside of the district, maybe over here. You see how they're spaced out more generously. So here, you see the density within Dobyville. You see within each block here, this block 2, you have these lots. There's 2 structures on one lot. 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 That is the pattern that's been established in Dobyville. This is the house that removed in the 90s. There's a current house here now that was built in 1930. Continuing, showing some additional illustrations. Property in question has the red dot on it. So moving from 1929 to currently, you see the orientation of this house that faces west. There's a house behind it that faces north. Once again, on the corners, there's a structure that faces west here. There's one that faces south. There's a structure that faces east here. There's a structure that faces south here. So my point is that these corner parcels have been bifurcated. They don't have the access to the alley, and they don't have the depth of some of the other lots. This is the new site plan that was presented. For today, to meet current code, each single-family structure has to have 2 cars on site. This request came forward with no variances. So this is the 1930 structure that has a little addition that shows the footprint with 2 parking. This is the new linear construction that also has 2 parking spots off the street. That's to meet City of Tampa code. I'm going to close with this here. This was part of the file. This is from FDOT showing in 1990 the subject site had the 2 structures on the site. And that concludes my portion of the presentation.
Yes. So that I fully understand and that you guys are the subject matter experts on historical preservation, you evaluate not just on the, if I understand you correctly, you evaluate these projects not just on the architectural character and features, but also on the pattern and the setbacks and so you take, it's an all-encompassing look at each one of these projects of how like you just described, these corners, how they were developed. Is that part of your review and evaluation of this before you receive our ARC approval?
For the PD, when it comes forward, or PD, you look at the footprint and you look at the massing. The massing is consistent with the historic fabric through our research. The setback is consistent with the fabric, the historic fabric along that block. And then I showed the setbacks. They're close to the property line, but so historically, all the houses were close to the property line as well.
So that is part of what you are required to evaluate when you look at these projects.
We're looking for, the PD allows some flexibility to today's code. If we were to meet today's code with all the historic structure or requests that came forward, we wouldn't have a historic district. That's why we look at the patterns that are established to move forward, and we want to copy those patterns.
Okay, fair. Thank you much. Appreciate it.
Carl's.
When you talk about the patterns, you're talking about from the steady period of where it was historically, not the non-contributing structures that have been built in the last.
Absolutely. We go back to the Sanborn maps. We try to get as much historic referencing that we can. We try to eliminate some of the non-contributing structures that were built in the 60s and 70s. They didn't have any criteria to meet as they do today.
What happens when there's one of these non-contributing structures in an adjacent property? If they came back to make major changes to it, would they be forced to rebuild to this new standard, or?
Well, if there's a non-contributing structure there, we're going to look at the scale and the massing, and we'll look at the period of when that structure was built. They could continue with that vocabulary. We don't make them go back to 1920s.
If a building got knocked down, would they have to then follow the new standards? They couldn't be grandfathered?
Yes, sir. Absolutely.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
And considering the research you did on this additional house, from the Sanborn map, was it a separate lot? Was it separately designated and entitled? Were there 2 different owners? Do you know? And then my last question while you're looking that up is, you mentioned a minute ago, if I heard you correctly, that parking in the back is a requirement. Is that correct?
Say that again, what's the
Parking in the back is a requirement?
No,
You're-
no, not, behind the front yard setback. So where the porch is, 2 cars behind that. The car should be subordinate to the structures, and these very challenging lots, he's carved out a niche on the side. He does not have alley access. That's why I tried to show in my demonstrations that there is no vehicular access from the rear. It's all from the primary street.
But the current rule is that you cannot put, like
Parking
the
in the
adjacent
front.
house has a parking lot right in front. You're not allowed
That
to
would
do
not be compatible with our criteria.
The house that's there right now, is it, you said it's a contributing structure. It doesn't have a historic designation, correct?
It's a contributing structure within the historic district.
but-
It has protection.
It has protection, okay. Can they move it, or they?
They could,
They
yeah.
can, okay. I mean, they can move it a little bit within the lot.
Well, and they could move it somewhere else. When we look at requests that come in, demolition is the worst thing that could happen to a contributing structure. We lose that fabric. Relocation, if they had visions of doing something more grand on that site, we would take that in consideration. But we've moved houses in Ybor City, we've moved houses in Hyde Park as well.
Is there, in the designation, particularly for Dobyville, is there any kind of overriding statement, like a mission statement or vision statement, just for the Dobyville part of, okay.
It's part of the overall Hyde Park Historic District.
Clendenin.
So you just intrigued me with something you said, something more grand. What I'm hearing in all this testimony is that Dobyville was not a grand neighborhood. It was a modest neighborhood. So would that be if somebody came to you and wanted to build a grand, stately, south of Swann type of home, would you find that appropriate for this neighborhood?
I think it would be inconsistent with the fabric along that block.
That's what I was thinking.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Vila. Okay, Mr. Michelini, you and your client for rebuttal, you have 5 minutes.
Quite honestly, I'm.
Please
I'm
state your name again.
Steve Michelini. I'm perplexed that someone would come up after the ARC has said that this is consistent. We went through that whole evaluation. We've spent almost a year working with the, with the ARC staff to come up with a plan that was consistent with their guidelines. We've worked with the city staff and zoning, and I'm appalled to someone would say it's not consistent with zoning, or it violates all these other codes, or that it violates the Planning Commission's land use designation. You've had Jennifer get up and tell you it's consistent. You've had LaShawn come up and get to say it's consistent, and then Ron Vila has come up and said it's consistent. We're adjacent on the very north side to the Crosstown Expressway. And I want to show you a couple pictures. And they've thrown around this issue about green space. Both of these lots exceed the requirements for green space. 710 square feet is required, and we're providing 1,367 square feet on the one dwelling. And 531 square feet is required, and we're providing 567 on the other. Let me just draw your attention to a couple things. We're mimicking this design adjacent to it. This was so overgrown you couldn't see the house. These are the three homes, and those individuals came forward and told you that they supported this project. Directly across the street is a townhouse project. This is the subject property here. There's the townhouses. This is what the Azeele looks like looking eastward. Subject property here, Crosstown Expressway Authority here. Subject property here, dead end into Azeele and the Crosstown. Another view, subject property here, townhouses over here. Subject property here. Aerial photograph showing you the proximity of townhouses, the smaller lots all around that Ron Vila pointed out to you. Subject properties here, Crosstown is right there. This area is not this. And the people that came up and spoke to you from South Orleans and from other areas in Hyde Park want Dobbieville, which would be inconsistent to develop something like this. Simply doesn't work. We've given you the boundaries.
Please zoom out.
This property is located right down here. Anyway, we've gone through the process. We've met the criteria. There are no waivers being requested. We've been found consistent by all of the reviewing agencies. We cannot waive drainage, and I know that that's a big issue these days. You have to meet drainage. There are no waivers allowed for that, no exceptions. With respect to the lots, you know, we've demonstrated that they were there, that their housing was there. It's an appropriate use in an appropriate location, and it's a sensitive use. We still have to go through the ARC for all the design work. One of the speakers came up and was talking to you about designs. That's premature. We haven't even gotten to that point. The zoning has to be approved first, and then we can start applying to the ARC for design criteria and making sure we're compatible. We showed you what we would like to have it look like, and so we plan to have a very attractive infill piece that looks like the other houses that were infill pieces. And when Ron Vila showed you that there were two houses on all those corner lots, this is the same thing. We're proposing two houses on the corner lot, which is consistent with the development guidelines, the development pattern of Dobbieville, and it protects it. It doesn't do anything to hurt it. Want to say something?
No, Steve is great. Thank you, Steve.
We appreciate it. We respectfully request your approval. As I said, we've been through the due diligence on this, and we spent a lot of time trying to make sure that we touched dotted every I and crossed every T regarding the regulations that govern this. Dobbieville is not south of Swann.
Thank you very much,
you,
sir.
Council.
We have a motion to close from Councilmember Clendenin, second Councilmember Henderson. All in favor? Aye. Councilmember Clendenin, you weren't as...
Yeah, this is a really interesting case, and I'll be honest with you. I obviously I do my research and I look at all these documents and everything ahead of time. But of course we keep an open mind because you walk in here and listen to the testimony. But you know, I had my thoughts, and I thought when I first looked at this case, I thought, okay, these people are crazy, coming here asking for this rezoning for this property on a lot that's this small. And but then I listened to the presentations, I listened to the competent substantial evidence, and quite honestly, and I know this is going to surprise a lot of people because they know my position on a lot of these issues, especially with PDs and you know, I'm not in favor of lot splits and overdevelopment, and this is probably going to shock Mr. Michelini as much as everybody else, but I think this is a reasonable request. You know, when you look at the historical development pattern of this neighborhood, and we saw the competent substantial evidence from Ron, who represents the ARC, who's, I'll tell you, that's a tough staff and a tough board to get through. When they looked at the historical development pattern and the houses that existed there during that historical time period of 1896 to 1933, they showed that both of these the existing contributing structure existed, and there was a contributing structure that unfortunately we lost, but that was there during that period of time. So it makes sense. And then you look at the existing structures, whether they're contributing or non-contributing in this block and adjacent blocks. I mean, obviously, again, this development pattern seems to be very consistent. It's an odd area. You know, they are accommodating off-street parking, which I think would have been one of my biggest objections, because I'm familiar with the area, and I know that parking is a problem. So the fact that they're able to accommodate the parking on site with this development, I think is admirable. I think that they're going to have to go through the ARC for the design standards for this historical neighborhood, and you know, I have full faith and confidence that the folks that are charged with that task will do what they're supposed to do. And again, this was a tough one, and I'm telling you, I totally. This is why we listen to this competent, substantial evidence when we walk in here, because I listened to the evidence, I listened carefully, and I am familiar enough with the rules and regulations that I felt like there's really only one way to go on this, and that is to support the request. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, is there anybody that wishes to read this item? Councilman Carlson, you were up. Councilmember Miranda?
Let me say this. I must have changed my mind without saying a word 5 times. I heard from one side it was wonderful. I heard from the other side it was wonderful. I heard speeches from both sides that were wonderful. I heard people not criticizing each other. That was wonderful. And it comes to, then Ms. Azeele comes up and said something I never heard him say. He was actually for something. Every time he comes here, he's against something. I'll be honest with you, and I've known Mr. Azeele for, well, I'm not going to say how old he is, but it's something that you feel that both sides are right, and how can anybody be wrong? Either both sides were wrong, and how can anybody be right? One of the two. But I know the standard that we set, and when you even talk about the cars, it's parked from the base of the front of the house to the back, not in front of the house. So I'm more than likely going to support, if somebody makes a motion, it's not my turn to speak, the motion to go to really when they go to the ARC, you really got to be prepared. And we got to be prepared. Both sides here were very well prepared for both of us, for all of us. But this is not easy, not at all. But I guess that's why we got elected to do what we think is right. And it's not that I like it 100%, but I feel that they've done what the law requires us to do. And it's incumbent upon me to vote the way that I see is what within the reasonable doubt that something here could be, and the ARC make sure that they do their job, and I'm sure they will. So I'm just looking to say that it's been very hard to make a decision, because in this case, I've heard testimony from both sides that of people that I really value what they say, and it's incumbent to make a decision. So I'll be more than likely be supporting this.
Councilmember Henderson.
Thank you, Chair. My mind is saying, Gwen, don't say it. But I don't know. I was thinking about the Historic Hyde Park Neighborhood Association, when they created their rules and regulations for housing in the community. And when it came to Dobbyville, they fight to really value the historic nature of Dobbyville in this fight to now occupy this space in a way that the developer is requesting. I think when I heard one of the members of the community who's against the project say ghetto and servants, I had to get up and leave and gather myself, because there is some truth to that. Unfortunately, there is. Mr. Dobie's house, in fact, probably was considered, the mansion of the particular area at the time. I believe that the project is extremely thoughtful to the character of what Dobbyville was. And it's not my turn, so I will, I don't want to just jump the gun and do it for historic reasons.
Sure. So I'm going to move file number REZ 24104, an ordinance being presented for first reading consideration, an ordinance rezoning property in the general vicinity of 402 South Oregon Avenue in the city of Tampa, Florida, more particularly described in Section 1 from zoning districts classifications RM12 residential multifamily to PD planned development residential single family detached, providing an effective date.
We have a motion and a second. Roll call vote.
Clendenin.
Yes.
Henderson.
Yes.
Vieira.
Yes.
Miranda.
Yes.
Carlson. No. You said no?
Yeah.
Okay. Hurtek.
Yes.
Maniscalco.
Yes.
Motion carried, Rick Carlson voting no. Second reading and adoption will be held on March 27th, 2025 at 10 a.m. located at 315 East Kennedy Boulevard, 3rd floor, Tampa, Florida,
Thank you very much, Council.
33602.
Thank you. Would you all like a 5-minute recess?
Yeah.
We're going to be in recess for 5 to 7 minutes.
Do you have any more chips in your office? More chips in your office?
We have to wait for the clerk, sorry.
Split in half. I'll be the clerk.
Do y'all get my child business card?
Huh?
Yeah.
I know, I ran out.
Oh, you just ordered them. Order more.
I know, I just told Darlene that, but I'm like, I've never given out my business cards.
Wait, we're waiting for the other clerk.
Get mine. I probably will.
Okay. All right. Tell me when you're good to go. We're good? All right.
Mr. Vieira?
I'd like to call this Tampa City Council meeting to order. Roll call, please.
He's here.
Carlson? Hurtak?
Here.
Clendenin?
Here.
Henderson?
Present.
Vieira?
Here.
Miranda? Here. Maniscalco?
Here.
We have a physical form.
Thank you. Item number 6.
Thank you, Council. LaShawn Dock, Development Coordination. Item 6 is REZ 24108. It's for the property at 2902 Melburne Boulevard. The request is to rezone the property from RM16 Residential Multifamily and CI Commercial Intensive to CG Commercial General. And I'll turn it over to Ms. Malone to give her report.
Good evening, City Council. Jennifer Malone with the Planning Commission staff. This is an aerial of the subject site. It is located at the Interstate 4 and North 50th Street interchange. There's some residential uses in the surrounding area as well as some commercial uses, which are reflected when you look at the future land use. It's also in the East Tampa Urban Village. Future land use is Community Commercial 35. That allows for residential, but also some intensive commercial uses. This applicant is asking for commercial general, which is not even as intense as they could go. So it's a nice, it'll fit nicely with the intent of the future land use category, the pattern of the surrounding area, especially since, given the surrounding commercial zoning and development pattern, Planning Commission staff found that the proposed CG zoning district is comparable and compatible with the area, and it'll allow for infill development and redevelopment of a mostly vacant site, which is consistent with the comprehensive plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, LaShawn Dock, Development Coordination. With this request, there is no site plan, it is a Euclidean request. The property itself contains 46,173 square feet approximately. This is the survey submitted by the applicant. The subject site is outlined in blue. This is 49th Street, this is East 18th Avenue, and you can see that this is the western boundary of the site at Carioca Street. So you can see there's about 200 feet of depth on the west. This is a fairly large parcel with 332 feet on the east, and the south has 280 feet, and then the boundary on the north has 408 feet. With the requested zoning, the maximum building height allowable would be 45 feet. And this is the zoning map of the property. So this is the property which is outlined in red. These are the individual parcels within the overall, but the outside boundary is that property boundary. So you can see along, this is Melburne, this is 50th Street, and this is I-4 to the south, this is 18th Avenue. So north of the site, you have your CG Commercial General zoning. This is a hotel use here. I'll show you the pictures. This is a gas station with the commercial uses along this segment of Melburne. As you move further west and northwest of the site, you get into your residential single-family development. South of the site, you have a commercial use. There's a hotel to the south. And then you have residential multifamily zoning and uses to the west. And then I have pictures of the site to show. Out on the site visually, it's just hard to tell the property boundary because it's not a completely separate parcel. When you enter the site, this parking area is really just split. This is the beginning of the parcel, so we'll start at the north end of the site, make our way around the east, come to the south, come around to the west, and then to the north, and circle back to the site again. So this is the site. This is the east end of the site. This is the vehicular entrance to the site. That's the hotel that exists there, the roadway in. This is another view. This is a close-up of the entry of the site, so the subject site is here on this side. This is a view internal to the site. That's just the north of the site. So this is circling east of the site. This is like the southeast portion of the site. It's looking south. This is heading further south. And this is to the south end. Now we're on 18th Avenue looking at the site. This is south of the subject site, and this is the hotel, and that's the entrance to the hotel.
Bless you.
This is looking west on East 18th Avenue. This is on East 18th Avenue, southwest of the site. Another view. This is the west end of the site, which of course is heavily wooded there. This is west of the site. This is the western portion of it. Another view west. That's looking north from 18th, if you're looking north on Carioca. And this is another view of the site, the west end. And then we're circling back around to the site. That's the hotel there, and this is the subject site. And then this is another boundary of the site itself. So the DRC staff has reviewed the request and find the request consistent. This is a Euclidean request, so there is no site plan associated with this request. And I'm available if you have any questions.
Any questions? Nope. All
Thank
right.
you.
Applicant?
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, council members. I have a very quick PowerPoint. I'll keep it to a minimum. If we could pull that up, please.
All right, it's coming up on the screen. There you go.
I think staff did a good job presenting it to you. This is a request from RM16 and CI to CG. We have all consistent findings from Planning Commission, zoning, and all the departments. I'm not aware of any opposition from citizens on the record. You'll see the site is located in a very intensive area, North 50th and I-4, which branches off into the north and south ramps. This is a little bit closer up view of it. Very intense. Future land use categories are CC 35. CMU 35 is abutting to the north, which is the most intensive land use category in the city. Zoning categories match that as the CI and CGs in the area. Planning Commission has indicated to you that given the surrounding pattern, they find the proposed CG is comparable and compatible. In conclusion, the CG would allow for development that is comparable and compatible with the character of the surrounding uses and is consistent with the development pattern in the area. And these are just a couple pictures. Again, the site is very intensive. We're all familiar with 50th. It's a multi-lane separated roadway. I-4 is running right across in front. This is 50th and the Melburne Street, and again, I-4, which runs right in front as well. Happy to answer any questions you might have.
Any questions? Is there anybody in the public that wishes to speak on this item? This is item 6.
Motion to close.
We have a motion to close from Councilmember Clendenin with the second from Councilmember Miranda. All in favor? Aye. Councilmember Carlson, it's your turn.
Move number 6, file number REZ 24-108, public ordinance being presented for first reading consideration, ordinance rezoning property in the general vicinity of 2902 Melburne Boulevard in the city of Tampa, Florida, and more particularly described in section 1 from zoning district classification RM16 residential multifamily and CI commercial intensive to CG commercial general, providing effective date.
We have a motion from Councilmember Carlson, second from Councilmember Henderson. Roll call.
Henderson,
Yes.
Vieira,
Yes.
Miranda,
Yes.
Carlson,
Yes.
Hurtek,
Yes.
Clendenin,
Yes.
Maniscalco.
Yes.
Motion carried unanimously. Second reading and adoption will be held on March 27th, 2025 at 10 a.m. located at 315 East Kennedy Boulevard, 3rd floor, Tampa, Florida, 33602.
Thank you. Item 7.
Good evening again. For the record, Christopher Lamonge, Development Coordination. Agenda item number 7 is REZ 24-110. This is a request to rezone 622 and 642 West Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard and 3912, 3915, and 3917 North Boulevard from planned development to CG and RS50. I'll turn it over now to Planning Commission staff.
Thank you very much. Yes, ma'am.
Planning Commission staff, Jennifer Malone. This is in the Central Tampa Planning District within the Tampa Heights Urban Village. It's at the corner of North Boulevard and West Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard. Both of those roads are arterial roadways. The surrounding area is either residences or offices, and we know at least Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard is really primarily commercial. When we look at the future land use, it has two future land uses on the site. Community mixed use 35 is the pink. That's what we see along most of our major corridors in the city. That's what's along West Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard. Residential 10, this portion down here, is typically our single-family detached future land use category, and that's really predominantly on North Boulevard. So the applicant has requested for commercial general zoning on the community mixed use 35 flu, and then the residential single-family 50 zoning on the residential 10 future land use designation. So those are in line, the zoning is in line with the future land use designation for those parcels. This is consistent with our urban village policies, which seeks to direct the greatest share of growth to our urban villages. Through approval of this rezoning, we would expect the growth to occur at this intersection. I just also like to say that it's comparable and compatible with the character of the surrounding uses, and it's consistent with the development pattern and consistent with the comprehensive plan. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, sir.
For the record, Christopher Demonge, Development Coordination. We'll start with an aerial of the subject site and the surrounding area. You can see the subject site outlined in red. And it's located at the southeast corner of the intersection of North Boulevard and West Dr. Martin Luther King Boulevard. The subject site is undeveloped. It's located in the Tampa Heights Overlay District. The requested CG and RS zoning districts are allocated as followed on the subject site. Lots 4 through 9 are proposed for CG zoning, and lot 10 on the southern portion of the site is proposed for RS50 zoning. The surrounding development pattern of the neighborhood is comprised of we have CVS to the north of the subject site. There's an office development located northwest of the subject site. East of the subject site, we have a vacant parcel. We also have single-family detached dwellings located along North Clearfield Avenue. We have a dental office to the south of the subject property. West of the subject property, we have a gas station, a dry cleaning business, and southwest of the subject site, we have single-family detached dwellings. It also should be noted that further south on the subject property on North Boulevard, we do have 3 planned development sites. These properties have been rezoned over the past 30 years. They include business, professional, office uses, and those sites have retained a residential character to them. The current PD for the subject property allows for specialty retail and retail sales, but does not allow for all the CG and residential single-family uses, which is the purpose for the applicant's request is to allow those CG and RS50 uses. This is a survey of the subject property. It's outlined in, let me fix that. This is a survey of the subject property outlined in yellow. We have North Boulevard.
Bring it up a little bit.
Whoops.
Yeah.
There we go.
Thank you.
This is the survey of the subject property outlined in yellow. We have North Boulevard along the western portion of the subject site. There's approximately 295 feet of street frontage. We also have West Dr. Martin Luther King Boulevard on the northern portion of the property, and there's approximately 121 feet of street frontage along that roadway. And given the surrounding uses, the requested use of CG and RS50 zoning is appropriate in location and provides an opportunity
It provides an appropriate transition with the surrounding parcels. Since this is a Euclidean rezoning, there is no site plan or elevations provided. We do have some photos of the subject site. This is looking at the subject parcel from the north side of West Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard. This is more of a close-up if you're on the south side of that same roadway. This is the subject site from the southwest corner. This is the view of the subject property if you're on the west side of North Boulevard. Looking north, we have CVS Pharmacy. Looking northwest, we have an office complex. South of the subject parcel, we have an existing dental office. East of the subject site, we have a vacant parcel. And then adjacent to the site, along North Clearfield Avenue, to the east, we have several single-family detached dwellings. These are all along North Clearfield Avenue. Looking west of the subject site, we have a gas station. And to the south of the gas station, we have a dry cleaning business. And then looking southwest from the subject site, we have single-family detached dwellings. These are along West Orient Street. And of course, this is looking down West Orient Street, looking west, actually. Development coordination and compliance staff have reviewed the application. We find the request consistent with the Land Development Code, and we are available for any questions you might have.
Any questions? Thank you very much. Yes, sir.
Good evening, Council. Steve McElhaney, representing the petitioner. This is a downzoning, taking the PD back to the original CG and the RS50.
Okay, to visit. I would like to meet other needs other than pharmaceutical ones by having some commercial development on that property, with the addition of a real commercial project that's more intense. Based on a Facebook post that I unfortunately can't show you because of a busted phone, I learned about this from a post on my neighborhood page where a lot of people were kind of bemoaning the fact that there's less commercial than what we really actually need and want. Our area is a commercial dead zone, and the commercial general designation isn't really fooling anyone, and it isn't really helping us that much. A residentially dense area like ours doesn't need more residences, it needs more commercial development, and we need to look to the future on this and plan for the future, and we are undergoing a revitalization where a lot more residents are being put in neighborhoods, but commercial arteries really should prefer commercial development. The Tampa Heights Civic Association opposed this earlier incarnation of it because it wouldn't work. This project is really just more of the same. They didn't hold a good neighbor meeting with the association. I do attend meetings regularly, and they did not hold a good neighbor meeting with Tampa Heights Civic Association. And they're using a valuable commercial location that would be walkable for residents between Columbus and even South Seminole Heights for something people probably won't want to walk to. If the city is being asked, by the way, to vacate their alley to do this, I would suggest that you disapprove this rezoning and that you have virtually unfettered discretion in that regard with regard to your alley. I'm familiar with the case that arose from the previous rezoning request, and I know you can do that. Also, with regard to townhouses and businesses, I see what's been going on in Seminole Heights, and it's not pretty. Please deny this.
Thank you very much. Is there anybody else? Yes, sir. Come on up. Yes, sir. Please say your name.
First, I have to ask, is this the property on the corner of Highland and?
No, this is Martin Luther King and North Boulevard.
All right, thank you.
Yep. All right. Anybody else? Is there a rebuttal?
Just an explanation, council. It's going to CG on those areas that are abutting the commercial corridor and residential further down on North Boulevard. I think there's some confusion about what was being requested, but anyway, I think I'd respectfully request your approval.
Can either staff or Mr. McElhaney maybe like to explain what CG, what will be developed in the CG property, so that the person who expressed concern?
Yeah, general commercial, all types of retail. I think, office could go in there as well. It's fairly low intensive. The CI is much more intensive. I have a whole list of the proposed, the possible uses, but you want to explain any more, or I've got it covered?
Chris DeMonch, Development Coordination. There's a host of uses that are permitted within the CG zoning. I don't know if we just want to go through some of them.
Yeah, that's fine. We bookstore, gas station, all kinds of stuff, bank. Is that enough, or you want me to keep going?
We have personal services, pharmacy, medical office.
So I'll save you some time. So it would not be residential. It'd be some type of commercial application would be.
In the commercial zone,
Commercial.
right.
So it would be developed in a commercial way on that.
The remaining lot to the bottom, to the far south, has a residential 10 land use designation, so it can only be single family.
All right, got it. Thank you.
All right. Anything else? Can I get a motion to close?
Motion to close.
Motion to
Second.
close from Councilmember Clendenin, second Councilmember Miranda. All in favor? Aye. Councilmember Miranda, do you want to read?
Yes, sir.
The
Thank you.
Hutto's Corner?
Item number 7, file number REZ 24-110. Ordinance being presented for first reading consideration. Ordinance rezoning property general vicinity of 622 and 642 West Dr. Martin Luther King Boulevard and 3912, 3915, 3917 North Boulevard in City of Tampa, Florida, and more particularly described from Section 1 Zoning District Classification, PD Plan Development, to CG Commercial General and RS 50 Residential Single Family, providing an effective date.
We have a motion from Councilmember Miranda, second Councilmember Clendenin. Roll call vote.
Vieira,
Yes.
Miranda,
Yes.
Carlson, Hurtek,
Yes.
Clendenin,
Yes.
Henderson,
Yes.
Maniscalco.
Yes.
Motion carried unanimously. Second reading and adoption will be held on March 27th, 2025 at 10 a.m. located at 315 East Kennedy Boulevard, 3rd floor, Tampa, Florida, 33602.
Thank you, council.
Thank you very much. Item number 8. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Council. LaShawn, Dock Development Coordination. Item number 8 is REZ 2513. It's for the property at 4601 and 4611 West North 8th Street. The request is to rezone the property from RO1 Residential Office and PD Plan Development, which allows for business, professional, and medical office, to PD Residential Single Family Attached. And I'll turn it over to Ms. Malone to give her report.
Planning Commission, this is Jennifer Malone. We have traveled to the West Shore Planning District, also within the West Shore Employment Area. This is the West Shore Mall to the west of the site. We have, what's interesting about this site is it is 1 block north of West Kennedy Boulevard, and I'm sure Ms. Dock will go over this in her analysis of the surrounding area, but the site ends up interfacing the commercial uses that front West Kennedy Boulevard. The street along West North 8th Street is also developed with all offices, and there's no, I didn't do a residential density calculation on the existing density on the site, on the street, because there is no other residential. It's either offices or like the backside of those commercial uses that are along Kennedy. There is residential along at the corner of Trask, and then north of the site, what would be behind the site along West North B Street. And then if you look in the future land use, it is interfacing the regional mixed use 100 future land use, which is the second highest future land use category in the entire city. The highest one is Central Business District, which is downtown. Future land use of the site itself is residential 35, and then we have residential 20 to the east. So as the pattern changes as one moves north, the residential 35 was providing that transition as we moved off of the corridor from those intensive uses. It's also within proximity to two transit emphasis corridors. It's right kind of off the corner of West Kennedy Boulevard and Northwest Shore Boulevard. The comprehensive plan supports putting housing in these strategic locations. It's also an employment center. We want our housing in places that have ample access to transit services and employment opportunities. About the design, the comprehensive plan encourages these uses to be designed with front doors oriented towards neighborhood sidewalks or streets. I'm sure as Ms. Dock will go through in her presentation as well, most of the units have their orientation towards the streets, either towards West North A Street or North Trask Street. One of the buildings is set back. However, we found it consistent with this policy because they provided a clear pedestrian connection from those units on the northern portion of the site. There's a way for a pedestrian to get safely from those units to the sidewalk all the way down to West North A Street. And so we analyzed that, we discussed it, and we found that it was consistent with that policy. So I'm available for any further questions if you have any. Thank you.
Any questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you again, LaShawn, Dock Development Coordination. I'll put up the site plan that was submitted with this request by the applicant. Let me zoom out just a little bit. So this rezoning, this PD rezoning would allow for development of 21 units. These are residential single-family units to be contained within 3 buildings on site. This is the, on the site, this is Trask Street. Let me zoom out a little more just so you can see the street to the south, which is North A. So this is Trask, this is North A. You can see the 3 buildings on site. This building contains 5 units, and these 2 buildings contain 8 units. So the building, this is building 2, this is building 1, this is building 2, and building 3. So building 2 and building 1 has front door orientation to the right of way. So building 1, these doors front Trask, and you can see the walkway connection to the sidewalk. And the same with this building, those front doors orient to the right of way to North A Street. These buildings are the buildings that Ms. Malone was referencing on building 3. Those front doors orient to the internal drive out. So there's access, 2 points of vehicular access to the site, and they're both on North A Street. So you can enter the site, encircle the site, and exit here. Both points of entry, both points of access have 2-way vehicular travel. And then the solid waste is located here on site. So 21 parking spaces are required and 42 spaces are provided. The site, as mentioned, is located in the West Shore Overlay. It has the R35 land use designation. Given the size of the site, a maximum of 23 dwelling units can be developed by right on the site, and the applicant is proposing 21 dwelling units on site, and that density is allowed within the R35 category. And there are elevations provided, so I'll show you one set of the elevations. They're similar each building. So this is the rear elevation that's located there. This is the front elevation, and then this is the side, and then this is the other side elevation that's located there. Then we have the zoning atlas. that I'll show. So this is the property, which is identified on the site in red. This is North A Street, this is West Shore Boulevard, this is Kennedy Boulevard. So this site, as Ms. Malone mentioned, on the block face to the west, you have your office uses that exist, and these are prior approved PDs. South and really west of the site, you have the commercial uses, and these uses along Kennedy, they front Kennedy. In this block directly south, this is the parking for the uses that front. So this is like the drive-through and the bank parking for the bank that fronts Kennedy. North of the site, you have some of the residential, single-family, but I'll show you pictures. You have single-family attached, you have residential multifamily in the block north of the site. And you can see the rezonings where the PDs have come through. Along the east, you have residential multifamily and residential single-family attached PD uses that have been approved. West of the site, as you approach West Shore Boulevard, you have your commercial uses, and this is the mall that is located here. And I have a few pictures of the site in the surrounding area. So this is the site, this is Trask, this is at West North A. This is another view, this is just showing the side view. And this is heading further west. And this is as we head west down the block. The structures on the site and the office uses. And then this is, if you turn around and look north on Trask, on the corner, the subject site is off to the west in this picture. This is north of the subject site, so this is the side view of the, it's actually the single-family semi-detached uses that are located north of the site, and that's a front view of those, so this is the block directly north of the site. This is another view of the development north of the site, and you can see some of the multifamily in there. This is a better view of that multifamily. That's along the north. And then we come back around east of the site. This is one of the PDs that are approved with the single family semi-detached. This is south of the site, the bank parking, and then that's another view south of the site. So with the review, the DRC staff has reviewed the request. There is a finding of inconsistent with the request. I'd like to have Erin go over her comments, but there were 4 waivers that were requested. 3 of the waivers requested are related to natural resources, and 1 of the waivers requested are related to the front door orientation on the site.
Before we get there, I have a question.
Go ahead, sir.
I'm confused about the parking requirements. There's 21 units, and it says that there's only required to have 21 parking spots, and then they're requesting a waiver to get it down to, so what's happening there? So why is there, if there's 21 units, why is there only a requirement for less than 42 spots?
So this should be based upon the number of bedroom units that are provided, because they're requesting the parking.
Yeah, the Jonathan Scott Mobility too, that's the, I think that's because of the overlay. It's only 1 unit.
So they're only required to have 1 parking spot per unit?
That's correct.
Wow.
They're allowed offsets.
Interesting. That's the first time I've seen that since I've been on council.
Me too.
Yep. Yes, ma'am. Anything else?
Oh, no, I didn't know if there were any other questions.
All right, thank you very much.
So there are site plan modifications to be made between first and second reading, and I'm gonna turn it over to Erin to go over her comments, and then I'm available for questions.
Thank you.
Thank
Yes,
you.
ma'am, go ahead.
Erin Mayer, Development Coordination. I'm going to speak to Natural Resources finding of inconsistency for REZ 2513. So here on the overhead, you can see the aerial of the site. I do just want to point out these teardrops in red. These are the 2 non-hazardous grand live oaks that they are requesting a waiver to remove. Right now, the site plan actually requests a waiver for 3, but I just want to fix on the record that that should be 2. This red triangle here was a non-hazardous grand live oak that uprooted during the hurricane. So that one is no longer there. So these 2 trees require 19 mitigation trees. I'm just going to show you some pictures. This is post-hurricane too. So there's been some, significant defoliation, as there has been with lots of trees throughout the city. This is tree 527, a grand live oak, 43-inch diameter, rated B7. I do just want to point out this tree did have a few limb failures in the upper canopy and this large limb here. It still requires a waiver to remove the tree, however, and so that is being requested. This is tree number 548. It's along the alley outside the fence here. It's a 36-inch live oak, rated C5. And the setback that's being requested here is approximately 10 feet. And as you could see, significant proportion of this tree's canopy would require removal, hence the reason for the waiver that is being requested for this tree. So I'm going to show you the site plan here and show you where the 2 grand trees are located on the site plan. In building 2 is the first tree I showed you. It's approximately 15 feet just north of the southern property line. And here is the second grand tree. This tree would require at least a 20-foot setback in order for the pruning to not be adverse to the tree's, canopy. And again, this is the uprooted grand tree right there. So this project does require a waiver to green space. So they are requesting a waiver from the required 350 square feet of green space per unit to 240 square feet per unit. So the total required for the site is 8,945 square feet. And the applicant is providing 6,646 square feet with a total deficit of 2,299. So furthermore, the site cannot accommodate any type 1 trees on the site, which the majority of the trees that are being removed on the site are type 1. Granted, some of them are in declining condition, but it is still removing type 1 tree canopy. There are overhead wires on both the frontages to the east and the north, so they do need to plant type 3 trees in those locations. The only locations that could actually provide for type 1 trees are along the southern part of the street here. This setback is the green space area is only 5 feet, however, and it can't accommodate type 1 trees. Same for the western border. I think the setback might be 7 or 5, but the soil volume isn't sufficient to sustain and, support mature tree canopy and growth. So just for context, typically what we require when people plant a type 1 tree is around a 20 by 20 foot square feet, which is 400 square feet, which a lot of times we go off the cubic soil volume, which is around 1,200 cubic feet, 1,300 cubic feet is what we usually will ask for. So based on the fact that there weren't any type 1 trees, they're not meeting the green space and the waivers to the grands, we found the project inconsistent.
Okay. Thank you very much. Does that conclude the presentation before I go to the applicant? Yes, come on up. Who's the applicant? Yes, sir. In the movie.
We've got a presentation that's electronic, so it'll be.
It's on YouTube.
Where's the HDMI connection? The HDMI connection?
Here's a picture for it.
There's no cord. I got a cord.
Oh, okay.
Jonathan Scott has been our IT guy tonight. Yeah, transportation and IT.
Multifaceted.
Yeah, it shows
You should ask for a raise.
Yeah, it was there when I tested it.
Film I've ever seen of Central.
Which kind is it?
HDMI.
It's old school. For some reason.
Keep it simple.
The new ones don't work.
Yeah.
Easy. Put the mouse in there already. Excellent. Okay, am I running it off of here or am I running it off of here?
Either one. Open or close, you can do it either way. Just click on it.
I
agree.
Excellent.
All right,
Good
sir,
evening.
please state your name. We know who you are, but you know.
Absolutely. My name's Rob Rosner with Florida Design Consultants. I'm a certified planner and professional landscape architect representing our client for this. Recently, the agent of record was Alex Rios from Rios Architecture. We've recently picked this project up. We were consulting on it previously, and we're here to represent the project. So the items that were found inconsistent, we're happy to solve between first reading and second reading. This project's been going for about 2 years, and we were supposed to be heard back in November, and with some changes and things that needed to happen, we're now being heard today. So we've been working with staff to try to resolve some of the issues that were identified as inconsistent, and part of my presentation I'll share that with you. So can you see this on your screens? Okay, great. So this is 4601 on West North A Street. 4601's here, 4611's here. We have I gotta be careful of that button, shouldn't I? So we went out and took pictures back in September, before the hurricane, and then we went out 2 days ago and took pictures, and we did a 360 camera and showed what the conditions of these trees were, so you could see them in person. And because we did it 360, you can see the canopy and look at it in all directions. So we're going to share that presentation with you. So the ones that we were wanting to talk about, Aaron mentioned 545, which is the one that uprooted. We have some photos of that. So this is those from looking from inside the site. 545 is kind of under these words, but it's the gap, oh golly. It's the gap in the fence where that used to be. 546 is the next one. That one's in poor condition, but it's not a grand tree. We're not asking for that one. 548 is kind of hard to see in this particular photo, but we'll go back to them. Yep. And then, so 548, we did a video of this. So we took this back in September, had a pretty good looking head, but you can see that there are wires that cross through that. And when you look at the site plan, the access wires that are feeding the buildings that are here go through the canopy. And when TICO, they usually butcher these trees, which is a shame. And we like to try to save trees when we can. But this tree looks really good from this angle. It doesn't look a whole lot worse, but we did see some damage from the hurricane. This was done 2 days ago. And that's this one right here. So gotta go back to there, don't I? So to show you what that looks like, we'll click on this guy. Go to 108.
What a great interactive tool to jump around.
Right, so this is me walking this site, and so we can look up and see what.
That's awful. It's too jumpy.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I should be slower at this, but.
It's like a video game. I was at a student asylum. We just built this, and said, here, work with us.
So this is the tree, this is 548. You can see that, TICO is, butchered this tree on one side for many years. And that's why that canopy hangs over to one side, because it's trying to survive by leaning over.
You're dragging virtually through the.
Yeah, this is just like street view.
Wow.
So I walked around 2 days ago with a 360 camera above my head, and if you want to see my goofy head, I'll show it to you.
Very neat.
So we did this because we know that trying to figure out, stop moving, please. A lot of times you got to get under the tree and look at it, and the kinds of things that we worked with Aaron in the past was we showed the 20-foot radius for the protection area. We took from the aerials what the actual canopy was rather than a circle, which is usually typically a circle, but no one has a perfectly round tree ever. And so on our plan, we're happy to try to show that, but with the development, we realized that some of these trees, we did reasonable reconfiguration plans, which, so going back to that. So this is the plans that was submitted, same issues that she shared. So on the landscape plan, we've been working with the client on the landscape plan to try to find places to put type 1 trees. And we have a little more opportunity along this edge. And we're removing a driveway here. I wish I quit hitting that button. The driveway that's being removed here gives us an opportunity to put a couple of type 1 trees here, which we'll show you in a moment. And we prepared a comment and response letter to talk about the reasonable accommodation. And again, I'm not going to go through every comment, but we did a chart that talked about the two options. And in both options, we're having a significant reduction of units in order that to happen, which I'll show you in a moment. And so the first reconfiguration plan, we said, well, what if we just lost units and tried to save the trees and put in a grade beam to span over the thing? This is somewhat doable, this one losing units and then reconfiguring. And then our second plan was we rearranged the units to be horizontal, even though we'd still be taking out one. It gave us more room to save the two trees to the north. But it's still a reduction in units. And I know that's not a requirement, but we found that, you know, that 21 units is what makes this project feasible for our client. So losing units was not an intention that we were there, but if we were trying to reasonably accommodate those, that's what it would cost. So we were asking to, you know, submit for our original request for the 21 units. We can work with staff over the next, between first and second reading to make this closer to consistent, if not completely consistent. We may still have a little trouble getting to the full green space number because there's a VUA number that adds to that. But we believe that we can help with the type 1 trees and the conditions of these two grand trees. It could be a lot of work to save a tree and it not survive, which is would be a shame. But you have a question, sir?
Wait,
I don't know.
no, it makes no difference. Go on.
Yeah.
I'm just not concerned, but I'd never seen a project with just one car. And Mr. Clendenin brought that up, and I was amazed that you got 21
We're providing
units.
two. For every garage has two cars for it. We're providing more than is required.
Oh,
But the
two
West
cars.
Shore overlay only requires one.
Oh, because I understood you had 21.
We have 21 units and 2-car garages on all of them.
Okay, I understood
We're
21
providing
cars. I said,
42,
what?
but only 21 is being required.
There's some of them are like 18
Yeah,
feet, 17
that's why.
Yes.
Yeah, no, you don't have 2-car garages because a width of 17 or 18 feet not going to fit 2 cars. We just had a huge thing about that last week or 2 weeks ago. So those that are facing North A, no way you're fitting 2 cars in those. So knowing that that's the overlay issue, but for me the bigger issue is you're talking about the trees. I mean, the trees are one thing, but 25% of green space and the garages are too small. It just seems like you're putting a lot in, so why can't you meet the green space requirement?
If I may also, I don't know what you're saying.
Sorry.
No, there's almost 2,900 of reduction in green
Yeah, I
space,
mean, it's just,
which is about the size
extreme.
of the room right here. This is
Yeah.
50 by 60 is half a lot, so I would say this is about it. What you're looking at this hall here, whatever you want to call it.
Well, my
A
client's
reduction.
here, if she'd like to come speak. This is Rose MG with Amzam Properties. I like to introduce her. If we can, one of the things we were going to offer as a concession is the uprooted tree had really damaged the alley, and we would be happy to help, you know, repair that. And but to get more green space, we talk about what we could sacrifice to do that now.
And I'm also curious, there's another part to my question. You have an alley. Why in the world wouldn't you have garages that face the alley? Why in the world would you put more asphalt on this project? This just seems completely backward.
Okay, so again, I'm coming late and coming this project a little late, but if staff might recall, they asked us not to use the alley to keep if we were to do that, we'd also have to take all the trees out to put all the garage doors out that way.
Well,
So
you're
that was a tree saving effort in the first round. Then they asked,
You're
hey,
not
if they're really a
saving trees,
substandard alley, you asked the question, I'm trying to answer. and that facing those to the alley was not to what staff was asking for. They said, can you do internal circulation? We have fire code. The big deal was that the alley was substandard, had these issues, and if we were to do that, then fire marshal was saying that's going to be a problem for them. So for us to reconfigure, that's why we have the U-shaped/T configuration, almost looks like a backwards H, that meets the fire code requirements. So trying to meet the requirements from staff asking for those over the years. Again, I'm coming late to the process, so I wasn't there for the first rounds, but that's my recollection of what the explanation is.
And so, yeah, so then, thank you for the explanation, but if you can tell me why you're taking away a significant amount of green space, that would be great.
Willing to offer more green space?
I would love to offer more green space. Actually, I was informed, this is my first meeting. I apologize if I'm not quite doing it
What's your
correctly.
name
But
for the
I was
record?
told I need to introduce myself. I'm Rosalind MG for Osm Properties Corporation, and that address is 4830 West Kennedy Boulevard, Tampa, 33609. Thank you for allowing me to speak. I'm here on behalf of the owner company, and I'm excited about the project. I understand that there's some deficiency with green space, and that is something that we're committed to addressing in any way that we can. One of the things that we just recently talked about was what's allowable for adding green space potentially to rooftop gardens or adding it vertically that way. If there are creative ways that we can add green space to meet the needs of this community and the goals of our community while also providing this housing that is so necessary, then we're invested in doing that. And that's why we have been working with the committee and with Rob here, with his expertise on seeing what trees we can save and what areas we can add green space to.
I don't think the city of Tampa allows rooftop space to be considered green space. Green space is for the ground.
Flourish,
Yeah.
I apologize, I didn't know. Thank you for telling me.
Councilmember Clendenin, and then back to Maria.
Yeah, let's right set this. I know I mean, obviously you guys have come late into this project, but, yeah, this is almost like a non-starter. When you look at this I mean, it's obviously in an area that we'd be acceptable to increasing, density because it's in this type of an area, but it has to be the right type of project. And what, as Councilman Hurtek said, you really, there's too much on too little without any kind of concessions. And it is puzzling. Again, this is one of the things you guys got to go back to the drawing board, because you've got an alley sitting there. And why you're not utilizing that alley for garage access is beyond me. And I can't imagine anybody in the city of Tampa telling you not to use an alley for garage access. Is there anybody, is that something that would have been said? Is there something wrong with this alley that would prevent this from being utilized?
LaShawn Dock, Development Coordination. I believe initially when this was first, if I can have the overhead, when it first was submitted and it was under a different agent that was handling the case, there were the trees that were along the north boundary of the site. There was an effort to try to preserve those trees.
But that's no longer the case.
So there was one version of a plan that accessed the alley, but I think it was something about a turn, and this building didn't have as much of a setback as it does here. So then they resubmitted a plan which would have preserved these trees, which I think now aren't being preserved. But that was the initial reason for the change, was to preserve the trees along the north.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I'm sorry that this is an interesting scenario that you're putting an awful lot and so little. Again, when you look at the size of those garages, and I get the fact that again, it was a surprise to all of us about the overlay district and the parking requirements, but the green space, the door orientation, it's not providing anything really to the neighborhood and access. This is just a problematic proposal.
Councilmember Randall.
No, I would just, certainly the trees hold water, they're gonna be gone. and then you're cutting down on the floor space for where water can drain, that's gonna be gone. So, I mean, what are we gonna have? I'm not trying to be in any way argumentative, but, and then if the garage is only 18.6 inches or 7 inches, 2 cars can't fit in there and open the doors. You can't. The cars are 9 foot wide by the time you open the doors. Can't get in, can't get out. The way if I recall, it's 20 foot, 7 inches?
Yeah, some of them are only 17.
That's what we're looking for, 20 foot, 7 inches for each garage door for 2 cars.
16, 10. Is that what that says? No, that's right, that's not.
So, yes, you're willing to make changes. If you're willing to make changes, we can ask to make those changes between first and second reading. That's
Actually, the changes have to be made, if these are substantive changes, I
Yeah,
believe
it's not.
you would probably have to just ask for a continuance and come back and maybe perhaps have to go through DRC, if that's the process. And maybe
process?
Ms. Doc can inform council and the applicant.
Yes, LaShawn Doc Development Coordination. So at this point, the options are for the applicant to only make the changes as listed on the site plan modification sheet, on the site plan revision sheet. If they want to work to try to increase the green space, that would require probably elimination of a unit, reduction of a setback, which could be done, but we would just need some direction as to what the applicant is working on between these hearings. There are certain changes, you can go less, not more, between first and second reading, or it could be continued to come back for another first reading.
I would be more comfortable with another first reading because I think this is too substantial of a change to come. And normally we don't do that, but I would absolutely prefer that. I mean, this is development that is needed. It is just not fully baked.
That's in the right area.
So I would.
That's a win, by the way.
Yeah, it really is. So I would come back again. Reconsider the alley since you're not going to be able to save the trees and more green space and garage size. I mean, even though you're not required to, we're finding a lot of complaints of people who buy a house or a condo and cannot and believe that they're going to be able to fit 2 cars and cannot. So we're hearing it from the other side as well. So we're committed to making sure that garage sizes are correct. We had a big conversation about it last week. So.
Councilman Miranda, anything
No,
else?
no, I'm just, I wish them well, because the location's fine, everything else is fine, but it's like too much for too little land.
So I think what we'd be looking for is for you all to request a continuance.
Would you like to do that?
Members of
The
the
alternative-
council, I would respectfully request a continuance on this matter.
What date do we have for that?
And how much time would you
So
think they would
LaShawn Doc
need?
Development Coordination, for the changes that we've discussed, the access from the alley, the reorientation of the buildings on site, another DRC would be needed. And then we would come back, so we need at least a 2-month time frame. So you're looking at a continuance for February,
For May.
May 8th,
Okay.
or either June 12th is full.
Okay, then does May
work
8th
for you? Will you be able
work?
to accomplish that?
It does, respectfully, again, I know I'm going to be asked if there's any earlier date, and I don't know what your schedule's like, but was there anything in April, or is May truly the most
May's-
appropriate?
Because of what you're going to have to go through, May is your best bet.
Thank you.
Because you're looking at just scheduling wise, a DRC maybe in March. And then you would revise the plans, submit them. DRC staff would review them again, and then we
Have to have
forward it
30 days
council.
notice.
Could I,
Councilman Carlson.
yeah, could I just say, for your clients, and usually now we don't do continuances this late after something has been heard. And so I think my colleagues are suggesting it out of the thought that the project could come back better. And LaShawn or somebody, could you tell us how long, if we turned it down tonight, how long it would be before they would be able to come back?
Be a year, I believe.
Yeah, a year.
Just so their clients
LaShawn
know.
Doc, Development Coordination, correct. They would have to wait a year to come back before council with a request on the property.
So if we were strictly following the rules and we voted it down, it would be a year. And so by allowing a continuance is saving a lot of time.
So I'll make a motion.
All right, go ahead. Wait. Yes.
Yeah.
All right.
you-
If you're going to make them, if
So-
it's the council's intention to make.
waive the rules to allow for
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
And then make a motion for continuance?
Okay, I move to continue file number REZ 25-13 to the May 8th City Council evening session at 5:01 PM. I should have this memorized by now. 315 East Kennedy Boulevard, third floor. At 5:01.
Thank you for
PM.
consideration.
All right, we have a motion and a second. All in favor? Aye. Thank you very much. We'll see you back on the 8th. Yeah. Last item of the night, item number 9.
For the record, Christopher DeBonch, Development Coordination. Agenda item 9 is REZ 2519. This is a request to rezone 3502 North Lincoln Avenue from RS 50 to Planned Development for residential single-family detached uses. I'll turn it over to Planning Commission staff.
Jennifer Malone with your Planning Commission staff. We're in the Central Tampa Planning District. This is the McFarland Park neighborhood. I think the image speaks for itself. It's a single-family detached all around it. At the corner of North Lincoln Avenue and West, it's late, I'm gonna mess it up, but, Abdella Street.
That's fine.
It is a future land use of residential 10. That's the orange color. It's the predominant future land use in the surrounding area. And that's consistent with the development pattern being typically very single-family detached. I will be brief, but I do just want to put on the record that if you look at the lot sizes of the surrounding area, and Ms. Stock will go, or I'm sorry, Mr. DeMonch will go into more detail here, but this is developed, the street, at 78% of the density anticipated under the residential 10 designation. So we do see this area of the city is reaching its development potential under this designation, planned for 10 dwelling units an acre, and the 2 dwelling units on the subject site will just further that. Supported by the comprehensive plan policies to provide more housing for Tampa's growing population. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right.
Go. We'll start with an aerial of the subject site and the surrounding area. You can see the subject site outlined in red. It's located on the northwest corner of West Abdella Street and North Lincoln Avenue. The surrounding development pattern to the north, south, east, and west of the subject site is comprised of single-family detached dwellings with RS 50 zoning. Single-family detached dwelling development continues west of the subject site all the way up to North Himes Avenue. Along North Himes Avenue, we see a mix of not just the residential uses, but we do see some business professional office uses sprinkled in and located adjacent to the residential uses. Here we have the site plan provided by the applicant. There is an existing single-family detached dwelling located on the southern portion of the site. It's 1 story. It's a little over 1,500 square feet. The applicant is proposing the construction of a 2-story single-family detached structure totaling 1,806 square feet to be located on the northern portion of the site. The existing site overall, with frontage along West Abdella Street and North Lincoln Avenue, would be split, creating an individual lot for each dwelling. The proposed single-family detached dwelling would have frontage along North Lincoln Avenue with both the front door and the two-car garage facing the right-of-way of North Lincoln Avenue. Here we have some elevations. We have the east elevation showing the front entryway, the two-car garage. The overall height for the proposed dwelling would be 24 feet 9 inches. So we have the east and west elevations. And then we have the north and south elevations. There are no waivers requested with this application. I do have some photos showing the existing site and surrounding area. We'll get to those now. This is the existing single-family detached dwelling that would be located on the southern portion of the site. This was taken from west of Della Street. The next photo shows the backyard of that single-family dwelling. This is the proposed location for the proposed dwelling, which would be on the northern portion of the site. Just north of the proposed site, we have another detached dwelling. Next photo shows from the subject property, the southern portion of the site, looking south across west of Della Street. This is the parcel adjacent on the west from the subject site. Next photo shows looking east across North Lincoln Avenue. Next we have looking east down west of Della Street. Looking west down west of Della Street. And the last photo I have here is looking southeast from the subject site. Development coordination and compliance staff have reviewed this application. We find it to be consistent with the land development code. Should it be the pleasure of City Council to approve the application, modifications to the site plan as shown on the submitted revision sheet must be completed between first and second reading, and I'm available for any questions.
Any questions? Thank you very much. Applicant? Yes, sir, please state your name.
Good evening, Council. Mike Nolan, Environmental Engineering Consultants, agent for the applicant. Owner's intention to put an additional one single-family residence on the northern portion of the lot. Staff and Planning Commission have found it consistent. I don't really have too much to add, but I will be here available for questions.
Any questions? Yes, ma'am.
I don't know if this is for you or staff, but can you, what will the size of the lots be? Will they be conforming?
So the existing zoning is RS 50, which the minimum lot width is 50 feet. And so the northern lot that we're proposing is only 45 feet wide.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Ray.
That area there, I'm not sure in that area, but right to the east of you, there's a lot of ditches. I don't know if there's ditches in front of these houses or not.
No.
You're on Lincoln then, on Lincoln and Abdella?
Yep.
In the corner?
Northwest corner.
Yeah, those corners are usually a little bit larger lots than the rest of them.
Yeah, well, the lot that he has is.
What's the total square footage of the lot?
The total lot currently is a little bit more than, sorry.
There you go.
Yeah, it's 10,700 square feet. It's a little bit more than a double lot.
Yeah. And the other residence gonna stay the way it is?
The existing residence is to remain, yes. It's just
I saw a
where
house
the
there.
location
I saw
is a
blue
little
house.
bit.
I don't think it's yours. Had about 3 air conditioners in the back. So I hope it's not a rental property or a housing unit in a residential district. I'm not talking about your, I saw something that had like 1, 2, 3 of
Yeah, you
those.
showed the backyard of the property, and it had the exterior AC units, the individual ones by each window.
Oh, on the north side of the existing residence?
The split units, they call them, I think.
Yeah. Did you?
All right.
Oh, the window units.
That one right there.
Is that what the split unit is?
Yeah, it's a split unit.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the inside. That's normal.
At the other house?
That's the existing house,
Is
yeah.
that a single-family residence or double apartment building?
It's a single-family residence as far as I'm aware.
Yeah, those are called splits, and then you have an individual unit.
Yeah, inside. I just want to be, all right, thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there anybody in the public that wishes to speak on this item? I see no one. Motion to close from Councilmember Clendenin. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second from Councilmember Miranda. All in favor?
Aye.
Who would like to read this? Go ahead, sir.
I move file number RAZ 2519, An ordinance being presented for first reading consideration, an ordinance rezoning property in the general vicinity of 3502 North Lincoln Avenue in the city of Tampa, Florida, more particularly described in section 1 from zoning district classifications RS50 residential single family to PD plan development, residential single family detached, providing an effective date.
Is there a second? Second from Councilmember Carlson. Roll call vote, please.
Carlson? Hurtak?
Yes.
Clendenin?
Yes.
Henderson?
Yes.
Vieira?
Yes.
Miranda?
Yes.
Maniscalco?
Yes.
Motion carried unanimously. Second reading and adoption will be held on March 27th, 2025 at 10 a.m. located at 315 East Kennedy Boulevard, 3rd floor, Tampa, Florida, 33602.
Thank you. That concludes our agenda. New business, Councilman Brandt.
If I may, and just a thought, the meeting that we had today was great regarding the budgets and so forth and everything. And I was just thinking if we could get maybe Ms. Hager, the budget land from the city, to meet with downstairs with the budget committee that we formed and it worked so well, and explain, maybe get some feedback from them, what we talked about today, especially on the CIT tax, because I don't know if that can be done, but if we can pay that little by little coming in, as the money comes in, we can save a lot of money.
Yeah.
Because the interest then will be absorbed to us.
So Ms. Kopesky goes to every single one of those meetings, but,
I'd like to make a motion
yeah.
for her to get with maybe the chairman or yourself or somebody and meet and although meet with council individually to get ideas so she can go down and meet with the next meeting and present something to them so they can understand what we're doing and maybe work out something better for the citizens.
oh, that's a great idea, I'm sure. Yeah, she could come to all of us.
You got a motion, then we have to do a second?
I mean, I don't know that we need to motion it. She can just,
Yeah,
Okay,
let's do it
okay.
officially. All right,
oh, then
we have
I'll second, yeah.
a motion and a second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, any opposed? Anything else, sir?
That's it, sir.
Councilman,
Can I just ask him, did you mention a specific idea you want us to talk about?
The specific idea was that when I asked the question, does that money pay all? No, it pays it as it comes in. I said, if it comes in, why do we have to pay the interest? So why bond it then? You can
Yeah,
pay it when
because
you go.
Like a pay-go.
that's exactly what I believe as well.
Yeah.
So I hope they'll ask, if she'll ask that specific
Yeah.
question.
Well, I'll make sure they do.
all right, Councilman Vieira, do you have any new business?
No, sir, thank you.
What?
February 27, 2025 at 10:26 p.m. History was made.
Let's not, Louis, don't let them bother you.
Let's write the Pope and declare an era. There you go.
Councilmember Clendenin.
I do. I have a couple of things. I do. I know. Exactly. So on February 16th, 2025, I accepted the resignation of Jonathan Brill from the City Council Citizens Advisory Budget and Finance Committee. I wanted to thank him for his service to the city and its citizens. If you don't know Jonathan, he's a great guy. He had some personal commitments that precluded him from being able to serve in that capacity. So I would like to motion to appoint Hoyt Prindle to serve as the representative for District 1 for the City Council Advisory Budget, City Council Advisory Budget and Finance Committee to serve the remainder of that term.
We have a motion and a second, all in favor?
I got no problem with that.
I already cleared that, by the way.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, any opposed?
Yeah.
Anything else?
And one more thing is, this afternoon, I read my proposed resolution honoring a Muslim Heritage Month in conjunction with Ramadan 2025. I'm not going to read the entire whereases, but I would like to read the therefores, because we have members of the community here to talk about this. It says, be it resolved that the City Council of the City of Tampa, Florida, Tampa City Council hereby celebrates the period of February 28th, 2025 to March 29th, 2025 as a Muslim Heritage Month in conjunction with the observance of Ramadan. Tampa City Council encourages educational institutions, community organizations, businesses, and residents to participate in activities and programs that honor and celebrate the contributions of the Muslim community. Tampa City Council supports initiatives that promote understanding, respect, and collaboration among all cultural and religious groups within Tampa. This resolution will take effect immediately upon its adoption. And so that is that. And would you mind, because, yeah, I'm moving the resolution, but what I'd like to do, because we have members of the community that came tonight, would you mind having maybe a couple of them come up as a group?
Would anybody wish to speak, say anything?
Yeah. Would somebody like to come up and just talk very briefly, because it's so late?
Blvd, Bless you.
Because I know you guys sat here all night long waiting for this, so I just wanted to give you the privilege of being able to come up and say
Yes, sir.
something.
Please state your name.
My name is Gamal Yasser. I represent the community of the Muslims in the Tampa Bay area. We would like to recognize the greatness of the city of Tampa for recognizing our Muslim Heritage Month. We really appreciate it and thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Anybody else? Yes, ma'am.
My name is Rani Abdo. Thank you so much. I know it's late, but we are ecstatic and excited and happy to celebrate this. In a couple of days, we're starting the month of Ramadan, which we will be fasting. I want to thank the members of my community for bringing this to your attention and for you to accept it and to make us feel as Muslims included and active in this community. And we are honored to be your neighbors and your doctors and your fellow members of this society. Thank you.
We're going to have at the new Tampa Recreation Center a get together, and obviously everybody from council is invited there. In particular, if Councilman Clendenin, if you wanted to present the resolution to folks there, it's going to be Monday at 4:30. Just that, and I know we're also working with the mayor's office to hopefully get a proclamation out of them as well, one from council and one from the administration, and I see no reason as to why that won't happen. So just thank you, Mr. Chair.
If it's this Monday at 4:30, I can't, so if you were able to do that on our behalf, I'd really appreciate it.
Yes, sir, thank you.
Thank you very much. I've signed the resolution, so I'm give it back to you. It's official there. Thank you very much. Anything else, sir?
I'm done.
I don't have a motion. I forgot to mention, I just want to offer my condolences to the family of Norma Bean, which many of us know. She passed away yesterday morning. Yep, so she was married to George Bean, who is basically the father of the modern Tampa International Airport. And she was actually married to Cookie Garcia, another gentleman who we all knew who passed away. Wonderful people. So I just want to offer my condolences. She was very, very involved in the community, and you know, all the good ones go. So
Yeah,
yes, ma'am.
Oh, I don't have anything.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, before she went into the memory care center, we all used to hang out all the time. She was just such a delightful, great person, and had all the history of George Bean in the airport, which was just really fascinating.
Yep.
When's the service? Do you know?
I don't know yet. It's going to be at the funeral home on Armenia and Osborne. But is it Bozer and Roa? Yeah, but I don't know if the details have been posted yet.
The problem with getting older is that now all of our friends are passing away. A couple things. Thank you to our friends from the Muslim community for coming here, and wish you a great Muslim Heritage Month. Councilmember Henderson got an award tonight, although she was here and skipped getting the award. So, can you tell us what the award was again?
It
Downtown
was,
Partnership?
The Downtown Partnership,
It was for Black English Bookstore, and it was for small businesses, I guess, in the Downtown Partnership area, and I won. And Ariel went and picked up the award for me. So
It's a big deal to win one of
I
those
know,
awards.
I guess it is. I'm just so
So-
tired. I couldn't be there, you know. I mean, we're here with South Tampa.
What are you going to do?
Yeah, but thank you for sharing that.
And she got a trophy, which was
Yeah, it's a
that was
very
just
nice
how I know
plaque.
she
It
was
looks like
carrying
a
the whole way.
railroad track or something. It's very nice. Yeah.
The-
Gwen Meyer's husband passed away, so condolences to her husband. She'll be burying him this weekend.
Yeah, service. The wake is tomorrow.
Wake is tomorrow, so I did write a letter on behalf of Tampa City Council, and
All right. Anything else?
Yeah, she spoke at Catholic on Tampa last Friday, and I didn't think she was going to show up, and you know, it was only a couple days afterwards. Anyway, I've had a lot of questions about Kylie Garden and the parking garage under it. I don't remember that we've had an update on that lately, so unless somebody remembers that we have, I'd like to make a motion to ask staff to present a 5-minute update on the status of Kylie Garden and the parking garage beneath it. on July 31st to include plans and timeline to repair the damage.
All right, we have a motion and we have a second from Councilmember Hurtak. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
One last thing.
Yes.
Today is Jim Porter's birthday, so happy birthday,
Yes.
Mr. Porter.
Yes, it is. Happy birthday. Anything else? Can I get a motion to receive and file? All in, a motion from Councilmember, Miranda, do we have a second? To receive and file? Motion, do we have a second? We have a second from Councilmember Clendenin. All in favor? Aye. We are adjourned.